don't you drop me a line?
Come on, drop me a line.
It's you I'm thinking of. Oh baby, drop me a line.
Come on, drop me a line.
It's you I'm shouting about. Oh baby, can't you hear me? You I'm longing for. You know I want you near me. You I wanna love. Baby, drop me a line.
Come on, drop me a line.
Oh baby,
Come on, drop me a line.
oh baby, why don't you drop me a line?
Come on, drop me a line.
Because yeah, I want you home every night.
Come on, drop me a line.
I cry now, baby, because I want you badly. Tell me that you love me only, yeah, yeah. Baby, drop me a line.
Come on, drop me a line.
Oh, baby,
Come on, drop me a line.
each day now, baby, when I'm sitting alone,
Come on, drop me a line.
I long, yeah, I hope and pray that you fall.
Come on, drop me a line.
You don't now, baby. He'll leave you here to suffer. Why? You know it's you I long for, yeah, yeah. Oh, baby, drop me a line. I long for you to hold me tight almost every single night, baby. Won't you treat me right so I may see the light? Yeah, for you only got to say yeah. I know I'm every I want. You badly, I don't give a damn what people say. It's you I'm thinking of. Why don't you drop me a line?
Come on, drop me a line.
It's you I'm dreaming of. Oh baby, drop me a line.
Come on, drop me a line.
It's you I'm shouting about. Baby, can't you hear me? You I'm longing for. You know I want you near me. You I wanna love. Baby, drop me a line. Come on, come on,
Drop me a line.
baby, won't you? Come on, come on,
Drop me a line.
baby, won't you? Come on, come on,
Drop me a line.
baby, won't you? Come on, come on,
Drop me a line.
baby, won't you?
Come on.
Baby, won't you drop me a line? Oh, baby, won't you drop me a line? Come on, 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 come on.
Come on, drop me a line.
Oh, baby,
Come on, drop me a line.
it's you I'm thinking of. Why don't you drop me a line?
Come on, drop me a line.
It's you I'm thinking of. Oh, baby, drop me a line.
Come on, drop me a line.
It's you I'm shouting about. Oh, baby, can't you hear me? You I'm longing for. You know I want you near me. You I wanna love. Baby, drop me a line.
Come on, drop me a line.
Oh, baby,
Come on, drop me a line.
oh, baby, why don't you drop me a line?
Come on, drop me a line.
Because yeah, I want you home every night.
Come on, drop me a line.
I cry now, baby, because I want you badly. Tell me that you love me only, yeah, yeah. Baby, drop me a line.
Come on, drop me a line.
Oh, baby,
Come on,
want you home every night.
Come on, drop me a line.
I cried now, baby, because I want you badly. Tell me that you love me only, yeah, yeah. Baby, drop me a line.
Come on, drop me a line.
Oh, baby,
Come on, drop me a line.
each day now, baby, when I'm sitting alone,
Come on, drop me a line.
I long, yeah, I hope and pray that you fall.
Come on, drop me a line.
You don't now, baby. He'll leave you here to suffer. Why? You know it's you I long for, yeah, yeah. Oh, baby, drop me a line. I long for you to hold me tight almost every single night, baby. Won't you treat me right so I may see the light? Yeah. For you only got to say yeah. I know I'm the way I want. You belly, I don't give a damn what people say. It's you I'm thinking of. Why don't you drop me a line?
Come on, drop me a line.
It's you I'm dreaming of. Oh, baby, drop me a line.
Come on, drop me a line.
It's you I'm shouting about. Baby, can't you hear me? You I'm longing for. You know I want you near me. You I wanna love. Baby, drop me a line. Come on, come on, baby, won't you? 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 Baby, won't you drop me a line? Oh, baby, won't you drop me a line? Come on, 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 come on,
Come on, drop me a line.
oh baby,
Come on, drop me a line.
it's you I'm thinking of. Why don't you drop me a line?
Come on, drop me a line.
It's you I'm thinking of. Oh baby, drop me a line.
Come on, drop me a line.
It's you I'm shouting about. Oh baby, can't you hear me? You I'm longing for. You know
All right, we're going to kick it off with one more countdown here. With your help, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's make a good one.
Welcome back. Day 2 of the Descript Telethon 2026. Am I live? Am I live? Are we on? We're good? Okay, right on. All right. So I'm going to start off today with a quick rundown of the amazing work that we did yesterday. Over here, we have over 40 completed feature requests, which resulted in over $8,000 being donated to the Sierra Club, which is awesome. Today, we're going to double that. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to commit all these devs to that, but I hope we double it. Yeah. Okay. Today we actually have more tickets. We finished so many yesterday that we just added in more of your feature requests. And if you want to speak live with a Descript customer support person, you can, to talk about your Descript workflows, talk about the things that you would like to see improved or changed, or maybe things that you just really like that you want to see us keep doing well. Cool. All right, that was I'm sorry about that. All right, the next thing we are going to do Oh, let me tell you what we're going to do in this next hour. We're going to do some Q&A. We're going to have some more entertainment, wildly impressive entertainment. And we're going to take questions from inside the live stream. We're going to go through the office, and we're going to get some more demos. So just like a lot more of the wild Q&A and entertainment that you've been seeing all day yesterday. And in just a moment here, we're going to kick things off with a quick Q&A. Oh, the canning. Oh, sorry, I forgot something. I'm getting notes from the team over here. We also, if you would like to add a feature to our list over here, you can go to our candy board and leave any request you'd like, or even upvote some existing ones. Just making you look at my beautiful face for a while. Really? Why don't you come up here and do this? I'm just kidding. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Hey, let's talk about some of the stuff that was fixed. I'll pick some favorites. Oh, here's one. You can now favorite your stock audio. Here, I'll bring it closer. Okay, you can favorite your stock audio, video, and images. So you can, the ones you reuse the most, you can favorite them. That's awesome. Ooh, more. There's some the media B-roll. When you're looking at stock media or media, you can see the duration and a description of them in the metadata, which is really cool. So you can see what's going on no matter how much time, no matter how long the clip is, you can see what it's about. Let's see. Ooh, there's an audio mute button in the toolbar now. This is cool. I'm picking all my favorites. Okay, now you can select a region of your timeline and do a quick volume dip on it so that you can put other things over it. It's awesome. Some really good ones. Okay. Ooh, here's a good one. Keyboard shortcuts to resize the font in your captions. You don't have to like highlight and adjust the font size. You can now just use keyboard shortcuts to make them bigger or smaller. Oh, wow, thanks. This is awesome. Oh, we have a Q&A now. You don't have to keep listening to me talk. All right, this is great. Quick Q&A with our wonderful Brandon Koppel from Fort Humane and Marcello.
Clear. Great job. That's what we decided with. Hey everybody, welcome to day 2. I'm Brandon Koppel. I write the Fort Humane newsletter here at Descript. It's over there on Substack. You can subscribe. It comes out every week, usually on Wednesday, sometimes on Thursday. And it's about AI and creative work and how everything's changing and how we're all just finding our way through it. With me here today is Marcello Bastea Forte. He's our principal engineer. Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Okay,
perfect.
cool. Wow. He's not wearing his jumpsuit.
You know, that's a funny story.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll have time for that later. Okay, so we want to talk about, on the engineering team, you guys have been up to your eyeballs in AI stuff, vibe coding, all those crazy things for like a year now. So from all that experience, what have you learned about, like, what's it truly good for and what's it not so good for?
That's a great question. It's been a year of vibe coding, so to speak, but I don't think we know the answer because the tools we're using now are less than 2 months old, and what it was good for 2 months ago is very different than what it's good for today.
And is that could you say that like every 2 months? Is it always changing like that?
It feels like that. Like there was maybe an inflection point in December, and from there it's just like you start trying new things, and things that didn't work before work now, and the goalposts are moving.
So overall, is it making us go faster? Are we shipping more?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how to measure that given the short time frame. What I've noticed is certain projects that might have been 2 weeks previously might take 2 days. And then some projects that we wouldn't even have considered doing are now, you can prototype it and be like, oh, this is actually compelling, it's worth investing more time in it. So what ends up happening, and with the nature of these tools, I might have like 20 different prototypes going on at once for things that we might build or we might ship. And the turnaround time, once we decide which ones are worth investing in, is much shorter. So we can ship more things faster, but it depends on what it is.
Okay, so give us a couple of examples. Like what are the type of things you
Yeah,
ship
so
faster?
so one thing I found is you have to know exactly what you want for it to work. So when a problem is more vague, or it requires research, or it requires kind of exploring different architectures for how it might work or how it might fit into the existing system, that takes longer because there's more of a human element to that task. If it's something like, oh, I want to add a new screen, or I want to hook up one of these keyboard shortcuts, it's very clear when you've got it. And if it's clear when you got it, the AI can do it and check.
So it's like, yeah, we've written about this in the context of,
Right.
if you know exactly what done looks like,
Exactly.
you can probably get AI to do it.
Right.
If
Most of the
from
time.
if what the end point looks like from when you're starting isn't clear, like you have to sort of figure it out as you go,
Yeah.
then it's not a great use case for AI. It sounds like you're saying is similar in the engineering side.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily a bad use case for AI, but you can't expect to solve it
You
quickly.
can't just automate it and have it
Exactly.
do the
So
whole thing.
you get to do the fun stuff still.
Okay, explain that.
So, I mean, for me, even before AI, the fun stuff is when you don't know what you want and you're kind of trying things and you're finding other people's work that might inspire you. You're like, oh, this application might have this feature in a web browser. That must mean it's possible to do. And you don't necessarily know how to do it, but you're like, okay, that's interesting. It's a little different for our product. These are vague examples, but kind of that process of discovering what the product you want to build is still very much alive in this AI world.
Can you give us an example of something we've shipped recently where vibe coding played like a significant role?
Yeah, so I've been working on the Descript API. So this is a way that people can automate getting files into Descript, running Underlord, exporting files. We started this project in December and we shipped the first version in February, which would not have been possible without vibe coding.
What would have been a timeline historically?
We were looking at like 6 months, right? And so, but you know, what ended up happening is we actually shipped a bunch of things that were later on the roadmap. So we built a command line interface, entirely vibe coded, to access the API. So this lets you use your terminal to send in files or edit a project. And this is a separate tool where it wasn't dependent on our existing code base. So it's much easier to vibe code that and get it to a working place. And it's much easier to verify that it's doing what you want. You just try it. And we're reviewing the code, of course. But when we want to add a new feature, it's reliable enough that we can be like, okay, like when we added export, like that wasn't in the command line. We just sent a prompt and it added it.
So that's obviously like a drastically accelerated timeline.
Yeah.
And how much of that is like your collaboration with product managers and designers, and how is that shifted? Because they're now building prototypes themselves that they
yeah. I think that's fantastic because that process of trying to figure out what the product is accelerated by having a hands-on prototype. Even if you're not shipping that code, it allows you to discover edge cases and aspects of the system that aren't obvious until you have real data in the prototype. And so I've also seen like you can take a spec from a product manager in some cases and AI can just build it. Not always, but in some cases, if it's well spec'd out enough, if there's fewer open questions, you can get a pretty good rough version and then iterate with the designers and the product managers to what you want to ship.
From if I'm just a Descript user who doesn't know what a command line interface is and doesn't know how code works and doesn't care, what would you say to that person? Just pretend it's me, just for the sake of argument. Well, how is it? What does it mean to the end user, if anything?
Which aspect?
Just like all this stuff you're doing, the way your work is changing.
Yeah. I think there's a few things. One is it's going to be easier for us to solve those lower priority like paper cuts, those like we call them P2 bugs, priority 2 bugs, that isn't necessarily like breaking the app entirely for people.
Right.
But is nice quality of life.
Little things that just annoy you.
Exactly.
If you're trying to get something
like
done.
A lot of the things on this list are going to be accelerated using AI. And there's another aspect to it, which is we have folks on different engineering teams that focus on different parts of the product. But today and yesterday, they've been working on tickets in other parts of the product. And one thing AI can accelerate is just asking questions like, how does this work? Where does this piece of code connect into the rest of the thing? Like I can take a screenshot of the app and be like, where is this?
Oh, wow.
Right? And that's incredibly useful because previously you'd have to go find the person.
Hunt it down.
Yeah.
Cool. What about, okay, so you hear things in that sort of discourse about like cognitive offloading and 24/7, feeling like on 24/7 because you've got these agents running around the clock.
Yep.
Are those things real? Do you feel those?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely a culture shift aspect to it where it's like, I might have to wait 10 minutes for the AI to build this thing, but I'm not doing anything necessarily during those 10 minutes. So then I'm incentivized to start another thing. So now I have 10 things running, and then I'm jumping between them. Now, I don't have to do 10 things. Like I could use the time in other ways. So it's about, I think, for each person figuring out the right working balance and how to control that.
This was 10 minutes. Do you think your agents have accomplished anything?
There's a few things going on my computer right now. Okay.
Thanks, Marcello.
Yeah, it's great chatting.
All right, crew, where are we off to next? We're gonna have a musical interlude from Gabe. Oh boy, get ready, folks. If you were watching yesterday, this is not the time to get up and walk away from your live stream. All right, thanks y'all. See you in an hour.
Bye.
California,
I'm a California boy. All day long I'm dreaming out the misty morning.
And now, a moment with one of our hardest working Descript employees, Gabe.
Oh, hey, what's going on? I'm going to play a song that's thematically important to this event about how we're getting back into customer satisfaction. So the song's called "I'm Getting Back Into You."
Baby, won't you take this magnet? Maybe put my picture back on the fridge. I must have been crazy to let you get away like you did. Like a brown bird nesting in a Texaco sign, I got a point of view. I'm getting back into you. Guess over time, we became like ducks. I never get to see much. The world turned, time got away. We flew out of touch. I've been working at the airport bar. It's like Christmas in a submarine. Wings and brandy on a winter's night. I guess I wouldn't call it a scene. Now my ex-wife's living in the suburbs with a guru and her mom. Now she finds her consolation in the stardust of the bar. You can call it a spin-off, say it's a knockoff, title it part 2. But I'm getting back into you. I'm getting back into you.
Thank you.
Wow, that was so good. I want to be his ex-wife. That was awesome. Okay, we're back. I'm going to move this. It's encroaching on my space. I want to talk a little bit about some of the great things that were built yesterday and the people who built them. It's kind of hard to peel them off and bring them over. So I'm just going to say out loud, first of all, thanks Kian for building the ability to reverse clips. That is something that we have all wanted for a long time. So that is freaking cool. There's also the ability to add a question mark to the punctuation keyboard shortcuts, which is actually long overdue, right? We didn't just want periods and commas, we wanted question marks. The other playback speed, it remembers the setting and has a keyboard shortcut toggle now. That's pretty awesome. Underlord can now detach audio and edit it in the sequence. That's so cool. Oh, and that was Alex. I keep meaning to add people's name here. Okay. Also, preserving comments and formatting when exporting the transcript as a Word doc by Marcello. Thank you, Marcello. Let's see. A text box with the speaker name visible even when it's not the active speaker. Thanks, Helen. This is really good stuff. We have custom speaker color and PDF export by Samuk. Let's see. Brian made it possible to copy the comments when you're duplicating your composition, so you can keep your comments in line in the composition. This one I'm pretty excited about. Katrina built the ability to nudge the syncing of your audio to video. So now when you're in the timeline, you can use the arrows to like nudge the files. You don't have to try to click and drag it to align it. You can nudge it, which is really cool. We'll be able to be more precise more quickly. Ooh, Maya added images to the rooms chat. So now when you're in a rooms chat, you can share images in the chat. That's awesome. Let's see what's in progress. Let's talk about those. Okay. Ooh, Dave is working on the Underlord cutting off words when deleting dead air. So when you're trying to remove the silence in your doc, Dave is working on making sure it doesn't remove any of your audio at the same time. More AI voices. Ooh, Marcello's working on that too, adding more AI voices. And let's see. Ooh, Christina's looking at zooming out on the video canvas. So it's a little hard to do when you're in the video canvas to zoom out or zoom in on your images and then try to find the edges again. And Christina's fixing that so you can find the edges more easily. That's someone that has always kind of irritated me, and it's probably irritated you too. It's great to get that fixed. If you have bugs, you should put them in the chat. You should go to Canny. You should go to Canny and talk about them there, or upvote other ones that are up there. We're taking feature requests, bug fixes. And even better, you could, if you're stuck on something, or if you just want to know if there's a faster way to get something done, you could call a Descript customer support person right now and chat with them live to talk through anything that you're working on. No video is too big. Go for it. These experts are standing by to talk to you about how to improve your video. Oh, yeah. Guess what? Actually, maybe we should go through the office and look at what everybody is working on. Is that a good idea? We've all been working pretty hard, and we've been partying pretty hard. So things are going to be pretty exciting this early in the morning. I can tell. Where should we go first? Any suggestions from the audience?
All right. Almost there.
What's up, man?
How are you?
Good. What are you working on? Coffee.
Really important things. Can't
Coffee. Yeah. 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 I'm about to walk around.
tell. You want to be on camera? You want to? Okay, you're the way.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
How are you, Puppet?
But please don't be so tall. Please make me look taller.
Okay, sorry, hold on.
Thanks, man. Yeah, this is better.
We're
That's
not,
all
our feet aren't in
My
the frame,
good buddy,
right?
Sam.
Yeah.
Sam's taught me almost everything I know, but mostly about how to wear this jacket.
I really, where did you get the velvet jacket?
Well, funny story. I needed a jacket for a wedding, and I'm a really weird shape. And so I had to go have one custom made, custom tailored for me. But here in the city, I want to remember the name of the company and I can't. But here in San Francisco, they have lots of people that will tailor really nice jackets for you for a lot of money.
Is it too canned or like serving the corporate man to make like a work reference spinning off of this jacket analogy, or no? Is that?
No, I think that if anyone could do that, it'd be you.
Okay, well, speaking about tailored solutions,
Yes.
I don't know if it's been mentioned, but this telethon isn't like, we are raising money. There is a charitable arm of this for sure. But if you didn't know, you're just tuning in, we are tailoring our company's efforts for the entire day to fixing bugs, not just bugs, not just issues, feature requests from users like yourselves. And one thing I wanted to plug is that there are a group of people, I'm one of them included, who are waiting to talk to you? Do you want to talk to a Descript employee? Do you want to lay into someone because that feature you've always wanted hasn't gotten fixed?
Lay into this guy.
Lay into me. Or no, maybe not. Be nice. I'm trying here. But if you do want to call, there's a link. Somewhere in the live stream, it says schedule a Zoom session. If you click that link, you'll be connected with a Descript employee. And we'd love to chat with you. If you've got a question, if you want help, if you want to know the name of the tailor that Puppet got her jacket, we're going to give you that information. And just so that you know, Puppet is an exquisite person. I've always looked up to her.
From this angle.
Yeah, which might I say is your best angle? Is that a weird? Usually shots from up or that's a no-no.
Yeah, man, you're so kind, Sam. Sam.
Where are you going today? What's next? What's on the agenda?
I was looking for some action. You've been out on the floor lately. Can you direct me to some action?
So this might be a little bit behind the scenes. There's a lot of behind the scenes things happening that make this telethon, this live stream possible. Is it awkward to give Fiona some love?
Oh yeah, we got to give Fiona some love. She's been doing so much work for us.
Do you like love? Come back from behind the scenes.
Here she is.
So
we stuck her in this little booth.
Yeah, come on out.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Hi, I'm Fiona. I can hear myself while you guys are probably hearing me, but excited you're here. I'm dropping links. I'm in the chat. Hang out. Stay with us.
Yeah. Good move. Yeah.
This telethon is only possible because of the work of Fiona and so many other people doing a ton behind the scenes. You can't see right now, but two very talented members of our marketing team are behind the scenes making this live stream possible.
I think it works like this. If you
Is it one hand? Yeah, get up on camera. Come on, say hi.
Look at these guys.
These are the faces of the live stream.
They don't have faces for camera, but they're really good.
Thanks, Fiona.
Keep them behind the scenes. Thanks, Fiona, for all your hard work and perfect timing. These guys have a lot of technical issues, but you're working really well to cover them up. Appreciate it.
Also, I know you've probably have you guys done an office tour of the, I'm sure you've seen a bunch of.
We were going to do another one just now on the road. I was wondering if you knew of anything going on out there that we should.
There are a lot of things about the Office to love. One thing I love, look at our office manager, tour. Devin, really deserves. I think there was an article. I think he's like a published office decorator, if you will. But there are a ton of really cool features. Not the least of which is, this is a conference room that you can book in our office, which is pretty neat. Yeah, normally it just looks like Disneyland in here. But this is one of many details. We've got spray foam trees. Oh yeah, maybe like a good shot here of the park, the indoor park that he created would be cool. It even has a rock. It even has a rock in it. It's pretty cool. Just sitting there. We use this rock to contemplate. We use it. If you're heading this way, Puppet, have you shown everybody the board of issues, bugs, feature requests not yet picked up? Has that been a feature yet? No, I've only shown these. Yeah, so you've seen the sausage getting made, the tickets that we've picked up, the tickets that are in process. Yeah. What you haven't seen are the raw ingredients behind kitchen doors. Hi, Helen. Helen, do you want to say hi to the people? Are you coming over to pick up a project?
I am, yeah. Well, last night, we went through a lot of tickets yesterday, and around 6 p.m. we were looking on the table and we were like, oh, it's like looking a little bit thin. So we added a bunch of tickets to the table. Some of them have been like changed over to official tickets. Some of them still look like this, basically. But yeah, I feel like we've done a lot. I have about an hour and a half, and I feel like I could pick up like an easy-ish ticket. And I know that Sam, I think, put this one in. I did put that one in. I asked about it. I think that I could probably get this done in pretty quickly. So I think I'm going to do this. Awesome. Feature access control for agent API. That's right. Yeah. So just so that everyone knows, we scraped our candy board, which is where users can submit feature requests, and that populated a bunch of tickets. They're all on the board. You've seen them. We've been ringing the bell as we fix more bugs. And when we bottomed out, we had to look for more sources. So we pulled from requests from our enterprise customers. We expanded our search throughout the candy board. We're running out of things to do, so please let us know. What do you want to change about Descript? What's a feature or a pet peeve that you've had that you want fixed? This is a time. Yeah. You got the company behind you, so let us know. Call in from Zoom, put a comment in the chat. We're listening. For sure. Yeah. Okay, also, and if you want to participate in our annual telethon, you yourself can also apply. We have lots of jobs open at Descript. Look in the job board. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're looking for more people to help.
All the jobs are open. I feel like we have a lot of jobs open.
We do,
it's a
yeah.
lot
We've
of
got
good ones.
our hiring has been a really big focus.
Ooh, what? There's
Wait, let me find some fun pictures to
pictures.
surface here. Yeah.
There's pictures. Oh, this is great. Hi, Heba. Heba's one of our newer employees. She's been kicking butt.
Hi, everyone.
Kicking butt.
Thank you.
Good to have you here.
Best, by the way.
Yeah, that's right. I was just trying to get a compliment.
I think I'm going to fade off into the sunset. I've got a call
Yeah.
coming up soon, but just one more plug. If you're watching.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. It's a vibrant marketplace of
Do
characters.
any of those go with my jacket?
Oh,
How much are they? How much are they worth? Whoa! Thanks, man.
of course.
Oh, I can't see it, but I believe it. I thought I was gonna make
Still
it.
going to land on top. Wait, okay. Look.
Oh, so close, so
Are
close.
we actually going to? It's actually a lot harder than I think. Wonder if catching it on top. You know, like
Yeah, I was trying to go,
nest
like-
on one another. If you
Yeah.
got one there.
Oh, so close, so close. That was really close. It was just upside down.
Oh
Oh.
no way! This is.
Not even close.
What are those? If our telethon's really successful, if this devolves into one of those trick shot channels where we spend 2 hours throwing ping pong balls
Can't
down
really
a
see.
cascading set of pins.
All right, that's good. I had to be.
That will be $13,000 for the hats, please.
Oh no!
You know,
That's about how much it costs to get this jacket tailored.
You don't have the $13,000?
For the hat?
Give me those. Give me those. Give me the hats. Give me the hats.
This guy.
this is really embarrassing.
We definitely need new employees. Just kidding. Awesome. Okay. What should we do next, huh? What's up, directors? Oh. Oh,
Take a
use
tour. Hey, is anyone
full
hungry?
tour.
Does anyone need a coffee or anything?
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're gonna back it up.
We're going backwards, which is nice because that means I can walk forward. Was that like a Darren Aronofsky shot at all? Was it even close? Yeah, you ready? Okay. Where are we going? Where is she? Oh, Sherry. Yeah. Hi, guys. All right. So we're just going to, we're going into a live demo with Sherry. I'm going to go to a demo with Sherry. I'm going to go in the demo with Sherry.
Sup guys, sup stream. All right. So guys, I'm Sherry. I am here to tell you about some of the visual effects. Being on streams is super fun because before I did this job, I worked on live streaming at YouTube. So this is my jam. I can't wait to talk to you in the chat. Yeah, so I am the product manager for all of the visual elements and effects and things that really make your video sparkle. Right now in this little segment, I wanted to give you a quick demo of the new transitions we just launched, and then show you some of the effects that we're currently working on that should roll out in the next few weeks. And then I'd love to honestly have a discussion with you guys, chat, about what you want to see improved out of the captions, because that's actually the next part of the product that we're looking to upgrade next. So if you have thoughts, complaints, wishes, dreams about captions, please let us know. Cool. Well, oh, thank you. Thank you. I do love these glasses. Funny story. I was driving back on the Bay Bridge and a teammate noticed me in the car in traffic because they noticed my orange glasses. So sweet. Okay. We are going to kick off the demo. So I don't know how many of you noticed, but we did just launch a bunch of new transitions. We had the same transitions library for a while and they weren't a lot of fun. So one of the ways that you can access them, Let me just make sure everyone can see my screen. Let's see. Yes. Actually, okay, the screen should be sharing, hopefully. Yeah, so that there's that entry point. We have a bunch of new transitions. So flip is a new one, push pull, move out. My personal favorite, which is shake and splits. And then we also have shape wipes. So previously we had some shape wipes, but actually you can, in case you're not aware, these are all the different shapes that you can customize for different types of shape wipes. But for now, I'll just show you shake, which is so far the 3 things. I mean, look at that. How fun. And then the other thing with shake is you can adjust the strength. So this bottom panel, it allows you to adjust the transitions to the exact parameters that you want. So let's do some strong shake. The 3 things. Woo! I love that so much. You can tell. This is why I added it. Yeah. And then the other thing about the transitions, so let's see. The other thing that we did was that we added this apply to all. It's something that we saw on Canny that a lot of people don't want to be doing these one by one, especially if you cut a lot of scenes. So if I do apply to all, we can, let's see, where is my next scene? Yeah, we've got even more shake going on. So let's go here. And we'll go back to the timeline. First, the shake is everywhere. But yeah, I did want to show you guys just the different shape wipes since they are a little bit more hidden. So maybe you didn't realize that they were here. And you can also do the direction if you want it to be moving out or in. So let's take a look at triangle wipe over here. First, the okay, Big Chad P. Yes, we can definitely talk about lower thirds. Yes, Big Chad P. We saw that and we've actually made the ticket and we are working on it. That was a miss. Apply to all to this type. And then the other thing that we are adding that was also a miss, so we appreciate your feedback, is we didn't add apply to all to none. So we are adding that so that if you want to just wipe all your transitions, you can apply to all none so that you can get things reset. Yeah, so the big thing is I do hope, okay, fine. The other one will advertise that I personally really like is split. and then we can move on. First, yeah, and then you get to be able to do it horizontally and vertically depending on how you want it done. It adds a level of dynamism and fun beyond just your like cross zoom, cross fade when you're trying to spice it up a bit more. So that's what's up with transitions. So now I want to show you the stuff that we are working on. This is coming out in the next few weeks, so keep an eye out. I will also say that because we are in the world of LLMs allowing our teams to move faster, if you have a specific transition that you really like, so for example, someone on the design team was like, I would really love a ripped paper transition. So that's something that we can work on, and we have a version of it that is not quite ready to release. So we are very into taking your requests. And I think the same also goes for color adjustment. So we did see on Canny that people were like, I would like sepia. I would like other kind of filter presets. We want to know what you want, and we are ready to make them because my goal is that we're in a place that we can set up our pipeline so that it's really easy to take these requests, build them, test them, and then get them out to you guys. So let us know if you have a transition that you're like, I want that. We are in the business. We're trying to make them for you. Okay, so here's some fun stuff that is not yet released. Okay, so we are working on a couple of lighting effects. So we've got portrait lighting. May take a second to apply. Okay, so yes, Yes, it took a little but what it does is it dims the background, and then it slightly brightens the foreground. So like off, on, and then you can see that. And then we also have uplighting, which is generally brightens everything. Yes, I'm making a really cool face in that still, but you can see that off and on. And then we are also working on, this is not the final name. Beautify is probably not the most PC thing, but it's kind of the easiest way. So this isn't the best example. I'll probably show because I'm wearing glasses, but basically I'll show you on a different project, but basically it's the light skin smoothing, and we're trying to target it so that it's on your forehead and then your under eyes and a bit of the jowls, because I think a more subtle look as opposed to blurring your whole face, especially if you have a beard, it'll blur out your beard. So we're working on that. Just you look like you got very lightly Botox, but in a aesthetic way. So I'll show you Beautify after, but we also have a bunch of just new visual effects, things that just help you spice things up. So vignette, which is like that kind of cinematic look. We've got pixelate. Ooh. We are also, this one is a very stylized magazine type look. Yes, so we actually have VHS. We have VHS and we also have ASCII. They're not in this current build, so I can't show you, but actually we've been testing VHS and it's looking pretty good. So we're pretty excited about that one. That one we really want to get out. Okay, and then we've got things like we've got things like invert, which look really scary on people, but it can be really useful for logos if you need to invert just the colors. So I had that YouTube logo and it inverted it. And so again, if you want to use it on an actual person, you can. It's a very like horror movie look. But yeah. So, and then we also have a color tone. Oh, actually, I don't want to do that on the YouTube logo, but let's do this on me. Yeah, so color tone, and we've got infrared, just a bunch of these things that honestly just make being more expressive more fun. Oh, you want Ozempic? Okay, I was looking into something where to see if we could like lightly contour, like kind of like sharpen. I don't know if that is the same as Ozempic, like, or if, yeah, but that's an interesting one. Auto shaving. Honestly, we may not be as far off from that as you think. But yeah, I'll think about the Ozempic one. Let me know if you think if you got sharpened, like kind of like a contour, if that would achieve a similar effect, or if you actually just want like fully your face and everything else like slimmed down a bit. But obviously tastefully, we don't we don't want to overdo it, lest we overdo it with the Botox and everything. Okay. So yes, so let me go to a different project. Let's see. Okay. So we are still working on the Beautify tuning. It's a little tricky because just trying to understand what level of defaults people want. Okay, so I would say right now, I still think ours might be a little too subtle, so you can let me know in the comments what you think. But I would say the easiest thing is to focus on my eye bags. And then let's beautify. And then is this working? Let's see. Let me do it out of the properties panel so that it's still, I think, too subtle. And let's see. Let's pick another one. You guys are live coming along with my many beautify tests. I think let's find a different really close up. Actually, this one does look beautified. No. Huh. We're gonna have to come back to beautify. We got to get beautify working, but okay. So I would, yeah, so the intent is that we want to make all these effects so that they can like stack well together. And in the cases where the ordering matters, then we are trying to figure out how we really communicate that clearly in the UX so that you can stack things with eye contact and other things. All right. So at this point, this is like the work in progress stuff. Like I mentioned, the next thing that we're doing is overhauling the captions because honestly, these captions drive me nuts. I have pretty much hated them from the day that I joined this company. And so I am on a mission to upgrade them and make them. Oh, let's see. We've got some more effects saved per project. And these are good questions. So these effects are currently saved per project. Assigning them to the speaker name is something that I'll definitely take down because that we didn't have on our radar. So thank you for bringing that up. Okay. Yes. So at this point, yes, we're here. I'm here to chat about captions. Like we haven't fully started. We're just starting the explorations. So I would love to know, maybe I can tell you what I'm thinking about and then you can tell me what you want out of them. So like one, I just think a lot of these designs are incredibly outdated. So that, we have some new designs. We're trying to upgrade that. And then also adding more dynamism. So instead of just animating in one at a time, there are different types of animations and motions, a little bit of gradients, just to add more variety. The other part that drives me nuts is that we have captions here, and then we also have captions that live in all of the layout packs. So, let's see, where is, yeah, like the captions that live here. And it's kind of like they should just be one thing. And the fact that applying captions and the way they function as a layout mean you can't have a layout with captions and then apply another layout. You should be able to stack these things together. So yes. Yeah. So, and then yes, the emphasize mechanic, like that part, we do obviously have, maybe you've seen it here. We can add some baby cat. Maybe you've seen this horrible customization panel, but like this, this has got to go. Like we've got to improve this. There needs to be a lot more functionality here. And I will tell you that the thing that I am trying to build up to, I don't know how many of you guys have seen or liked kinetic typography. I can show you, why don't I just show you here? Let's show you someone on YouTube who does kinetic typography. And it's currently something that's hard. It's like a level of customization that I would love for us to be able to get to, because that's kind of like, yes, we can upgrade things a bit, but it's kind of, kinetic typography is something that I think is so interesting from a narrative and visual standpoint, but it's so hard to do because like, you're in Adobe slowly trying to place the blocks. Okay, so let's go to a different tab. Okay, so stuff like this. No. Why is the internet? Okay. Internet not doing so hot. Let's see. We're gonna try. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, hopefully you can see just kind of like the way in which captions can be more than just or tell me what you think. I just think that there's room for captions to be more than just subtitles. There's room for them to, like, yes, we want to emphasize more things, allow more customization, but they can actually be part of the narrative point that you're trying to make, and they can be stylized in a way that's really visually interesting and exciting. And anyways, that's what I want us to get towards. I want to make captions not suck. Yeah. So yes. I guess rage against the audacity. Tell me more. What are more? This is the discussion I want to have. Like the ways that you would love to use captions for effect that you want us to consider. Because as we begin this overhaul, a lot of it is making sure that we set the technical foundation so that we can build in all the directions that we want to. Because my thinking is, if we're going to take the time to really, burn this thing to the ground and redo it from the guts, it's kind of, I want to make sure we're set up to unlock all the capabilities that we want. Yes. So that kind of like audio visual sync. I guess reading it out loud. So using the typewriter font along with sound. Yes. Generally, I would say a lot of the audio visual sync stuff is something that I'm very interested in pushing on. So even just unlocking basic beat sync or like basic sound effects and transition sync, just in that general space is something that I think we have so much opportunity in the product that would help make emphasis so much easier. Okay. Making Big Chad P wants us to make typography look more like the background. Okay. Nice. Okay. Using words that float in and out to emphasize points in the script and have them float behind people. Okay, for sure. Definitely the media understanding to make sure that we know where is your face and then how are we putting the captions and placing them so that they're not concealing you and not making that a pain in the butt to do. All right. Let's see. I may be close to running out of time here. Yes, I'm told to wrap up. Okay. Well, this has been so fun hanging out with you guys. Look forward to talking to you guys more and keep an eye out. We've got more stuff coming. Cool. All right.
Sherry, I could listen to you talk forever, honestly. Thanks. I love all the features you're building. They're beautiful. They make me look beautiful. Thank you so much. Now, we're going to hear the story that we've been wanting to hear for a very long time from our very own Kayla.
Thank you, Puppet. I am not sure if this is the story that you want to hear, but it's the story that I'm going to give you. You may have joined us yesterday where you saw me retell about the Great Molasses Flood of 1919. And if you love that, you're probably going to love this one too. So I don't know if you can tell or not, but I'm not from here. I talk a little funny, and I'm actually from Eastern Kentucky. If you don't know where that is, you'll probably never will, but it's all the way to the east. And so the story I'm going to tell you today is actually from my home state. It is called Kentucky Meat Rain. And so this happened in Bath County, Kentucky, a little town called Olympia Springs, and it happened to a woman named Mrs. Crouch. So in 1876, March 3rd, I believe it was, not that that's important, but I'm going to tell you, she was in her yard making soap, minding her business, making some sudsy stuff, when all of a sudden, meat started falling from the sky. And this wasn't like one chunk of meat, wasn't two, it was a lot. They were between 2 and 4 inches thick, and they just kept coming down. Now, if you're from Kentucky, and you're probably not, but if you are, or you're from any kind of rural area, you might be used to some wildlife picking up the little critters in the yard, and sometimes those critters fight back, so the birds drop them. This was not that. This was actual chunks of meat, and it was falling. And they couldn't explain what it was or why it was happening, but the worst part about this story is that a man, he ate it. He wanted to know what it tasted like. So he was like, you know what's good? I'm gonna take a bite. I'm gonna see what it tastes like. I'm gonna see if it tastes good. It was not. He kind of said it tasted like rotten venison. And I'm
glad that he tried that because you might have wondered what it was going to taste like. I did not. I didn't want to know. There are some theories as to why this happened. The first theory is that some vultures, and it would have to have been a whole gaggle of them, I think 5 to 7, maybe more. They ate too much or ate something that didn't agree with them. So as they were flying overhead, they just chucked it up. They decided they no longer wanted whatever was in their tummy and just bleh, everywhere. The second theory was that this was just some really weird pond slime that somehow made it up into the air and then came coming back down. But nobody actually knows the true answer of what had happened. And the most not really interesting thing about it is that we can't prove what happened. We don't know that it actually ever happened. It could have just been a story that Mrs. Crouch or Mr. Crouch or whoever got bored one day and decided to be like, you know what, I had some meat and it fell from the sky. But it could have happened. Do you think it happened? I don't know. That is it. That is the Kentucky meat rain story. I hope you enjoyed. Goodbye.
I just want to ask if you said pond slime.
I did say pond slime. I did.
Like it went up into the sky and fell
Yes.
down and was meat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any record of what it smelled like?
Roadkill was the most popular theory, which is so interesting that this man decided that even though it smelled absolutely atrocious, he was going to put it in his face hole and eat it. And he did.
Do you think this was during the summer or was it like
March 3rd? Spring.
You know the
I do. Listen.
I love this. What other fun stories do you have?
I mean, I got some, but you can't ask me like right on the spot because I'm going to forget every one of them.
No, I mean, you don't have to tell the story. I was just.
I know a lot. Yeah, a lot of weird stories.
Yeah, so I really like the molasses one too. That's
the molasses one was good. I really like that one.
Every time I hear that story, I think of people being like, "Oh no!"
I know, like it's so slow but so fast. Yeah. My husband made the mistake of asking me what the most interesting or like weirdest fact was that I know. And I told him that story and he just sat there like, what? And then he said he regretted asking me. So what? I know. He's like,
was that like early in your relationship?
No, it was like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is the first time he asked you.
I know. We've been married for 16 years and he's just now wanting to know my interesting facts.
We don't have to get into all that here on the Descript Telethon, but
it might be a good segment. Yeah. I know.
I have questions.
I'll tell you about them later.
Wow, we are. There's a lot of people in this office still working.
There is.
All I can think about is the meat.
The smelly, stinky meat. Or the pond slime.
I hear that strange things happen in Eastern Kentucky.
They do.
I'm not stereotyping.
They do.
I've heard these things.
I mean, we got like the Sasquatch. We have like some haunted hills that'll like pull you around a curve. We've got all kinds of fun stuff.
Like in your car?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they say. I've never had it happen.
It's never happened to you?
No.
Yeah.
We have I'm from Pikeville, so it's Pike County. It's the most eastern county that's there. We have a lady named Octavia Hatchett, who they say was buried alive and that she haunts the graveyard. I climbed the fence whenever I was in high school to go see her statue. And they say her head spins around. I didn't see it. I was sad.
Oh, you seem like someone who's like, I don't know. You're
I don't know.
skeptical.
I mean, I want to see it. I do. I want to believe, like the X-Files. I want to believe.
I also want to believe. The meat rain. I hope I experience a meat rain before I die.
I hope you don't. Sounds awful.
It sounds amazing.
I mean, could be.
I'm trying to think if there's anything weird I've seen fall out of the sky. Nothing yet. Only on TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe one day. I believe in you.
Money would be fun.
Money would be great.
Yeah.
We could make the money fall from the rain for the Sierra Club.
My pops actually told me the other day that he was trying to get money out of the ATM and he didn't grab it and it flew when people came out of the bank trying to help him pick it up. And I was like,
oh, no.
It'd be great. Oh, okay. We can't talk about things falling out of the sky anymore because we need
commercials.
We need to give credit to our sponsors. So we're cutting to a commercial break. Thank you for being here.
I'm Devin, office manager for Descript. The Super Bowl is coming up this Sunday, and with Bad Bunny headlining the halftime show, I wanted to do something special in the office. So I hired a dance instructor to teach us some salsa moves.
So you want to dance salsa with the Bunny. First thing you need is sabor.
What's sabor?
Sabor, 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 sabor.
Wow. Sabor.
Then you need the right name.
The right name?
What's your name?
Devin.
It's Devon,
Laura.
Laurisa,
Sherry.
Sharafina,
Alejandro.
I got them off of Craigslist. It's all that we could afford.
Then you need the right choose. Sabor. These are for prancing, not dancing. These are from Lansing. This is for faxing. This is a pantsing. This is my financing. Sabor. Then you need the right to that salsa. Sabor. Firing. More firing.
How much fire?
So much fire, so much cold. I would like to report the fire.
Sir, this is for emergency calls only.
That's a lot of fire.
Now you are ready for the bond. Sabor.
Then Fernando just danced out the door. Was it a success? I don't know. But we do have a new favorite word around the office.
Sabor. Sabor.
California,
Welcome back. Day 2 of the Descript Telethon. We are fixing all of your bugs and making your favorite video app even better. Every one that we fix, we are also donating $100 to the Sierra Club. Since we started yesterday, we have donated over $8,000 to the Sierra Club to help offset our carbon footprint from all the Underlord edits we've made to your videos. So even if you just want to bump that up, we have a few left here that we're still working on. My favorites so far today, I'm a big fan of smart transitions, but you used to have to turn that on for all of your projects. Now, thanks to our canny board of fixed issues, you can set that at a project level. So certain projects can have smart transitions automatically on and others not, and you don't have to switch that each time. If you have any other feature links that you would like, there's a link to the canny board. That's where we're collecting, upvoting. If you see one that you like, you can vote it up. If there's something you wish Descript could do that it can't currently do, you can add your own and get everybody else to vote it up on the canny board. The other thing we have in the chat is a link direct to our support. So since all of our support folks are in the office in San Francisco today, click that Zoom link and you will go straight into a meeting with our support team. You're having an issue, you're stuck on your project, you're not sure how to do something, and you can get live support chat in that Zoom from our Descript team. Other things we got going on today, we're going to hear from Ramey and Brandon on our video team. The big topic of Ramey's videos, if you don't subscribe on YouTube, you should. He's been making videos in a day from just picking the idea to all the way published, and he sets himself a clock and he's got to ship the video by the end of the afternoon. He's going to talk about that process and how to plan it out, script it, record it, edit it, and not stare at an unfinished project for weeks like most of us tend to do. And we're also going to hear from Brandon about some content and how we're using video. After that, we've got a customer in the office who's talking about his real workflow and how he is recording and editing videos in Descript so you can steal his ideas from his workflow. I think he just walked in because he's looking at me laughing. He'll be up in about 10 minutes. So if you haven't voted on any of these, make sure you look at that canny board link. A couple that we're working on. In fact, one I just learned about Underlord yesterday. Underlord now has a memory. So here's how I was using that. If you have Brand Studio Color set up, you could tell Underlord, remember, I always want this shade of yellow from my brand colors as this style of caption, and I want this exact font, and it will remember that when you open your next project. So if there's anything else that you want to see Underlord do, like crop a video with a shape mask, make sure you upvote that. We're working on that one today. But the memory feature for Underlord is my favorite new feature we just added this week. In the chat, we'd love to hear what's your favorite Descript feature. Is it studio sound and making your crummy PC mic sound pretty good with just the click of a button? Is it exporting as a web link so you don't have to upload and download videos to send them to somebody to get comments and reviews? Is it the ability to record in a virtual podcast studio with rooms? That's one of my favorites, and a lot of people who have a Descript subscription may not know. You can send somebody a link and record up to 10 people live in a remote podcast studio. 2 of them can even share their screen. And then when you're done with that, you just have a Descript project, and all of your media is lined up in a sequence and easy to edit. I use that every week. What's your favorite Descript feature? Tell us in the chat. Now we're going to cut to Brandon and Ramey, and we're going to talk about the video creation process from the master himself, Ramey.
Morning, California sun. I wave my love goodbye through the mud.
And we're back. Hey, everybody. I'm Brandon. Write the For Human newsletter over on Substack. And I'm here with Descript video creator Ramey.
Hello, everyone.
Dressed as some sort of steampunk pirate. What is this?
I'm not sure. I was walking around the office after having some more snacks, because they're free, of course. And I stumbled into a closet full of wardrobe stuff. And I'm going to be honest, it spoke to me. I don't know what happened to me in there. I just got possessed into creativity, and I walked out with this on, and I feel great.
Well, while we're all wondering what happened to you, let's talk a little bit about how you shoot a video, because recording is low-key one of the most stressful and difficult parts of the video workflow.
Yeah, it's tough.
So let's talk about how you go about shooting and ensuring that you get what you need the first time. Give us 5 tips for shooting a video.
Wow, I feel really powerful with this on. I don't know what's happening to me. Excuse me. Recording can be very tough or very easy. It just depends on you using the right practices. So first thing I would say is test your shot and actually record your shot. I feel like that's something that maybe not a lot of people do. Maybe I don't even do a lot of times, but there's no worse pain than opening up Descript and seeing that your shot is off axis or there's a focus issue. So you always want to test your shot.
So meaning like record a little bit.
Yeah. And
watch it back.
Watch it back. Make sure you're happy with it. Also do a little audio test if you can. Now this stuff takes time. It's gonna take a couple minutes, but preparation is everything. So spare those couple minutes. It can save you hours of reshooting down the line. I feel like God is communicating to me directly through this hat. and it's a feeling I have never felt before.
Yeah, I'm feeling something I can't remember ever feeling as well. So,
yeah, I would say also make sure that you're warmed up when you start filming. This is something, now warming up can be anything. You can literally just talk to the camera, but I feel like I have recorded a lot of stuff just like after waking up, and I realize when I play back that the energy in the start of my video is a lot lower than the energy towards the end of my video, and that's just because I started recording cold. My energy wasn't up. My voice feels a little flat. So get warmed up, get the blood pumping. A lot of people don't see recording as performing just because it's something you do alone, but you should look at it as a performance a little bit, because that'll just make you pop more on screen.
do you ever think about like the audience, like as if you're speaking to an audience while you're recording?
Honestly, no. I feel very disconnected from that sort of thing, and that like, oh, people are going to watch this, which could be a pro, could be a con, but yeah, I'm looking at a black circle when I'm recording. Basically, that's how I see it. I'm a genius.
Oh God. Well, these are great tips. I hope that the folks watching are able to take some of this in without being distracted by how ridiculous
it's not a distraction.
Some of us look. So
if anything,
now let's talk about fixing it in post.
I'm right on. Yep.
That's a trope. Video editors hate to hear it.
Yeah.
But are there things that you can fix in post that you sort of try not to stress about when you're recording and worry less about?
I would say maybe the biggest thing I don't worry too much about is framing. If you're filming something like a short film where you're painting a picture of the frame, so to speak, that was genius poetry what I just said. Then yeah, you might want to be very particular with your shot. But if your shot is a little too wide, that's fine. If anything, that might be a little preferable, because you can always crop in a little bit. And once you crop in just a tad, you're not really losing any big quality there. So yeah, I would say that's the biggest thing that I just leave for post.
How important is it to you to shoot in the exact same environment and to leave your recording setup in place between shots? In other words, do you want to be able to sit down and just go every time, or do you rearrange stuff each time through?
Yeah, in my little studio setup, which I've constructed on my own, genius. I think that what I'm wearing right now is how my brain waves look when I'm creating art. Yeah, anyways, back to your question. Yes, I like to leave my studio setup as same as possible throughout all my recordings. One, because it feels very plug and play. I don't have to do much setup at all, which setup is the most annoying thing about filming. But two, for continuity purposes, if I have to record a section for the same video at a later time, or I just want to keep the same look throughout all my videos consistent, it's very important to keep your equipment in the same sort of place. A tip to do that, I just put tape on the floor so I know where my tripod legs should be, I know where my lights should be, and I draw little arrows on the tape so I know where the lights and stuff should point. So if you have a place where you can have a little studio set up, it's a good idea.
What about us normal people who may just want to make a video, dressed normally? Who aren't geniuses? What advice do you have for us?
Unfortunately, You may just be out of luck.
Okay. How important is lighting? And you have a pretty like high level lighting setup, but
Yes.
many people don't. So what's your advice to them?
Lighting is extremely, extremely important to recording a video. It's probably like 90% of what makes a shot look good. But that doesn't mean that you need $1 million in lights. I feel like $1 million right now to have a good lighting setup. All you need is a good, nice key light, which is light that is shining on the subject. And you can do that literally with your window. You don't have to buy a light at all. You can just sit next to a window and have a nice soft light over your subject. And that'll be good enough to get a nice shot. Just do not depend on regular house lights, especially if they're ceiling lights, because those typically look very ugly.
I may regret asking this, but I think one of the things that stresses a lot of people out about recording is their personal appearance.
Yes.
Getting the need to get ready, comb your hair.
Yeah.
Get yourself, make sure there's no bags under your eyes, all that type of thing.
Affirmative.
How important is that to you, and how do you manage it when you're having to record, like almost every day, on the fly?
Yes.
Real life happening all around you. How do you manage that?
It's tough, You always want to look your best for the camera, but I would say don't obsess over that. You can't look perfect like me, so don't stress over it. And also, we're not making movies here. We're making videos. Don't try to beauty yourself up to where you look like a different person. We want to see the person you really are. So just be on camera the way you would normally be, just in life.
If you're making a 2-minute video, 2 to 3 minute video, probably about average, some are longer, but let's say a 2 to 3 minute video, how much raw footage would you say you shoot for that?
I would say if I'm shooting a scripted 2 to 3 minute video, if it's unscripted, it will be even longer. But if I was to shoot a scripted 2 to 3 minute video, I would say the recording would probably be 30 to 40 minutes long.
Wow. So, and then has that changed at all? So now we have you talk a lot about AI and how it can really speed up getting to a rough cut, removing retakes and all that stuff. Do you shoot more because of that? Because you can just immediately whack all those bad takes?
Not necessarily. I think that I shoot probably the same amount. And the way I go about it, the method I go is when I'm editing, if I have the time and I don't have an hour to push out and edit, I always just jump to the last take I do, because chances are that's the one I'm the most satisfied with. And I watch backwards from there if I'm not satisfied with the last take. So I would say if you're editing something, use that same method.
And you're doing all those takes. As you are doing takes, are you aware of which one is the best? Are you're thinking about that as you're also thinking about the content? So how do you manage that? How do you keep in mind, basically you're trying to put yourself in the position of the viewer, but also stay in your own head with the content, right?
Yes, I'm always keeping in mind my performance, because my performance is everything. My performance is art. So I'm always keeping in mind how I feel about the certain delivery of a line I just said. I'm also keeping in mind, logistically, if I left enough space before and after my take. There's a lot of times where I say a line and immediately look down to my laptop for the next line to read. And then I realized, wait, I have to say that line again because I didn't give myself enough time later on in post to cut away without it showing me look down. So always keep in mind your edit when you're filming. It'll make your life easier. My life is
I
amazing.
think we're about out of time, mercifully. What's if you had one tip, if somebody said, tell me one thing that I should get right every time when I film a video, what would it be?
Be me. That's the true answer. I'll give you a more useful answer for people who are not geniuses.
Thank you.
One tip would be, do not stress out. There's nothing that shows through more when you're filming than being very stressed. Filming is and can be very fun. Lean into it. Remember that what you're doing is really weird in the grand scope of all that is in the world, and enjoy the process.
Well, that's a great tip. And again, I hope folks can take that in without distraction, without getting all hung up and,
Someone contact my manager.
Okay. So let's go back to Aaron. He's with Descript user named Corey, and they were both very normal people, and they're going to have a really interesting conversation about making video in Descript.
Namaste.
Morning California sun. I wave my love goodbye. Through the morning mist I cry. Wave my California boy goodbye. Call me back again, Claude. Keep me as a friend. Love, you and I belong. Call me back again, Love, always be a friend. California calls. A California boy standing in the morning mist. I'm dreaming of the California sun. I left my love behind in the misty morning sun. Left my California boy behind. Call me back again, love, keep me as a friend. Love, you and I belong. Call me back again, love, always be a friend. Love, California calls.
Are you good on what you needed? Awesome. Welcome back. Descript Telethon Day 2. I'm Aaron here with Corey. Corey, welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Aaron. Good to be here.
So Corey is the owner of Your Story Well Told, and very multifaceted work that you do. But the common thread is storytelling and video. So we're here to just talk about how you use Descript and what your work is and how it fits into your improv, your writing, your teaching, your workshops, and everything that you're doing. So let's just start with this. After having met you, I imagine this is a complicated question, but when somebody says, hey, Corey, what do you do? How do you answer that question?
I mean, they all kind of follow around like a common theme, which is that I just love stories. I love telling stories. I love listening to people tell stories. I host storytelling shows like The Moth and some other shows that I've created on my own. There's one we did last night in Sausalito, California, last night called Word of Mouth, where people get up on stages and tell their own true stories. I also lead workshops and team building things that sort of help people develop their own abilities to do that, whether they're in sales or legal or just connecting with each other. And I've written a couple of books about the subject as well. So I have a book called Your Story Well Told, another book called A Story for Everything. And so like the common thread through like a lot of the things that I do, whether it's improvised stories or scripted stories, personal real stories, fictional stories, whatever, is storytelling. And I've started using Descript just in the last couple of months to streamline a lot of my own processes so that I can be a better content creator, I guess you could say, and also be more efficient, use some of the tools inside. So I am definitely not a power user in my opinion, but I am experienced with editorial tools. Like I've used other kind of editing systems, Final Cut and things like that, to do more like linear editing, timeline-based editorial. And now what I've been really just excited about and excited to talk about is how Descript is changing that for me and how I work with it.
Yeah. So how does video itself fit into the storytelling and the teaching? Like, what are you using video for? Or
Sure.
what would it look like if you're not capturing video while you're doing all of this work?
Right. Well, I mean, you don't have to capture video for the kind of stuff that I'm doing if it's live. But of course, we live in a bigger world than just like the boardrooms or wherever I am. So what I find is that sometimes when I'm teaching or lecturing, there's like stuff that's coming out that is kind of unscripted. And I'm like, oh, that would be really great to kind of like capture that, soundbite that, use it in social or whatever. And so that's where video has really played a big part, which is kind of both capturing it for the posterity of it, but also like, how can I turn this into something that's usable content? And that's where what I've been really like having fun playing with is using some of the different like modes of like text on screen and making stuff that's kind of like graphic, so that even if somebody is not listening, you know, as people do on like Instagram or whatever, like that I could just have like overlaid graphics that are like, this is the key teaching point or whatever that is, but also just chopping it up in a much more streamlined way. So I can take like an hour and a half long class and turn it into like 7 really good chunks. That's been my kind of objective lately.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it sounds like without the video, the reach of your message and the workshop is going to be limited to the physical space that you're in.
Of
Whereas
course. Yeah.
Instagram, LinkedIn, I'm not sure where all you post it, is like
Yeah.
a way to amplify the work you already did.
Exactly.
And
so capturing what we do, amplifying it in different ways helps it kind of message and voice, but also like just it also sort of has this feedback loop too, where then people are like, oh, that's interesting, what do you think about that? So like the conversation is also interesting to me too, of like how we can explore things and socialize content in ways that are beyond just our own little bubbles, but like out to different audiences.
Yeah. So let's pick one of the ways that you use Descript, because I know you are working on a bunch of different projects.
Yeah.
Pick one and just walk us through from idea to finished exported video. What does that look like, and how are you using it to capture, edit, transcribe, all of those steps?
Definitely. All right. So recently I was doing like a talk at a senior center, basically like this community had like, it's kind of like senior community lunch and learn kind of thing. And they brought me in as kind of like an author event. So my recent book is called A Story for Everything, which is a book about how people can not just like tell stories on stages, but use them in their real lives. So use them for job interviews, or if your like kid is in school, like fundraising, ask letters, like different just situations that we often find ourselves in that I think could be better, more effective through storytelling. So I was doing a kind of a workshop on that, and I just had a single, camera stuck in the corner, just filming me kind of like a 3/4 angle. So you could sort of see some people in the shot and you could see me talking. And a lot of it is probably unusable, as it would be, but a lot of it was like, there was some good chunks, some sound bites, some good questions that people had, and the sound quality was good. Like I had a mic that I was wearing and stuff, so everything was decent. But then it's just a single camera shot of me talking into a microphone, so that's not that dynamic content. So the first thing that I did was I ingested the whole thing into Descript. The kind of killer part of the app for me so far is just the transcripting of just like seeing what I said and being able to instantly and rapidly take out the filler words and all the junk. And then just being able to scan through and just know like, oh, he was like, there's a part, for example, where they were playing a game and like, that's not really going to translate into content where like, there's like 10 minutes of just people telling stories to each other. So boom, just like instantly just seeing the noise and just boom, that's gone. And so just the speed at which I could visually trim it down to like what the key is. And then when I'm in there finding like, okay, what's the chunk that I want? And if it's just me continuously saying one thing, then I can keep that as it is, or maybe just take the filler words out. But if it's like stitching together a couple of different paragraphs, that's where I was like, well, it looks a little, jumpy if I'm like chop, chop, chop. Yeah. But I can stitch a sentence together that sounds good. So that's where I would kind of go into like I don't know if it's called the effects menu or basically like the different sort of like templatized views. And like, I love just like trying out different things so that it's not like too chaotic, but just like text on screen or whatever is like, this is a little bit of.
So we got to highlight that because that's a pro tip. We're cutting video, but we have this harsh cut and it looks bad visually.
Yeah.
If you're not taking notes on Corey's talk, what he's doing then is he's going into the layouts and he's going to switch up the visual layout of, let's say, the second scene where maybe his arm was here and then it instantly transported over here and it just looks bad. And he's going to use the words from the transcript to pop up so you hear that cut fine, but now you don't see the jerky body movement or whatever happened.
Yeah.
And we're basically finding creative ways to cover the harsh cuts.
Yeah.
So that is a pro tip, especially if you're doing short form video.
And if there's just one camera or two cameras or something like that, trying to like stitch together stuff that would be visually disruptive and you don't want to have it be too choppy, but just getting the message through. That's why I love having those different layouts allows me as a user to, like shorten. Basically, that's what I meant to say, but I hadn't quite thought it that way. So putting it all together in a visual way then makes it sort of a little excerpt that I would be, I could put on my Instagram or whatever.
Yeah. Very cool. So you're covering the harsh cuts with something like the transcript or words on screen. And then what else are you doing before it ends up out in the world and you publish it?
So, not much. What should I be doing?
Well, I mean, are you adding sound effects? Do you do background music?
I haven't.
Do you have like a title card that pops up? I mean,
I totally should. I do. I have a person that like a VA that I work with, and she is using is CapCut Your Competition, I'm assuming.
One of them.
So like she's used that, and I get kind of tired of some of the things. Like she's using a lot of the same kind of transitions, sound effects, and things like that. So that's definitely an area that I want to get more into, is like into sound, into visuals, into other things to just like give it some branding and some pizzazz so that it's fun and watchable and, and stays on brand and on message.
Yeah. So say this talk at the senior center, you go through, are you finding clips to turn into social posts, or are you coming up with sort of a chopped down, clean version of just the instructional content and the game was edited and the filler and it's like almost a highlight reel condensed version? Like what all do you end up with at the end?
Yeah. So right now for that particular thing, which is just like last week, both. Like I want to kind of have like a cut down, like here was that experience in a nutshell, because also as as doing sales for my own small company, I want to do more of this with other teams, with other companies, with other communities. So what this helps me with is, so many times people are like, well, what do you do? What do you say that you're doing? It's really hard as a performer, as a teacher, to explain what that is. So by saying like, here is a 7-minute cut down of a 90-minute thing where they go, I get it. So it becomes instant demo reel, instant prototype of what they could get, and then they feel confident and comfortable hiring me. So it's one of those things of like easily taking, and honestly, like I probably only have spent about like an hour and a half or 2 hours, and I've got really good usable stuff that I feel comfortable sending out to clients as demonstrations of the work that I can do with them.
Yeah, because that was the initial idea with how video fits into storytelling and what you do is you could get on a call and say, I could do this kind of a workshop.
Yeah.
Or you could say, here's a link to a 5-minute highlight reel of the workshop I did last Tuesday. Do you want that?
Yep. So that's the sort of the primary thing that I've used it for so far. But then I've also been chopping into like, here are some lifts. Here are some, say, 15 to 60 second moments that are then social content. So,
and that's like marketing material. You're looking for somebody who engages with that to want the book, the training, bring you in for the workshop.
Ultimately, but like I'm also just kind of building a community of people that like stories and storytelling. So just by putting that out into the world, it's sharing what I think about things, how I do things, and learning from others too.
Yeah. Well, tell us about your book and how you're using Descript with the audio version, because that was a very novel use case I have not heard before.
Really?
Yes.
So it was interesting because that was my initial thing that I tried with Descript, which was that I and my publisher, I was very kind of insistent. I was like, I would like to record the audiobook of my own book, because my first book, I did not get to record the audiobook for it, which was weird to me because it's a storytelling book written by somebody who's a performer and a storyteller, but they kind of just were like, oh, well, we hire this other company that does it. So in this case, they were like, you can do it. And then I kind of forgot then that like, oh, that means I have to do it. So luckily I do have a buddy who's got like access to a studio. So we went into the studio, and by we, I mean me. He opened the door and just gave me like Pro Tools. And I basically just laid down in a couple of sessions my entire book. Like I read a 300-page book.
Wow.
And I will say it's weird to read your own book, first of all.
In a room by yourself.
In a room by yourself, especially because it's story. So like there were times that I was like laughing at my own jokes, and crying at times, and certain chapters I would end and I'd be like, that was pretty good. Like I liked it. So anyway, all that said, now what do? Like you have this massive material, and anybody who's ever made any video or audio, that like capturing it is one thing, but then editing is this other whole insane thing that's really easy to put off. So enter Descript. So what I did is I took this like 6-hour long track and just audio only. I ingested it, and same thing. I could instantly take out ums, uhs, pauses, filler words, stuff like that. But then also I had kind of gotten to the mindset while I was recording that I'm going to have to edit this. So I was doing what I kind of was calling audio slating, is like mentioning certain terms, like I'm going to go back and fix that, or redoing that. So I could just kind of search for key terms like redoing, and then boom, I could find those and then instantly know that I would remove the last giant chunk of text, again, just using text transcript based edits. And then I could listen through and be like, that's really good.
Yeah, that's a very creative use of the transcription. It's audio slating is a new term to me. I don't know if you made it up, or I just don't know what I'm talking about. But it's basically future me when I get into this project next Tuesday has instructions, because while it was capturing chapter 3's good story, I also gave it instructions like, that was a bad take, I'm going to redo that.
Yeah. So just looking for those the terms, and maybe just kind of make a little cheat sheet for yourself of what you're going to say, because knowing that, then I can go back and find those in the wording.
Yeah. And that's a common thing we hear from people with Descript. I have a friend who all they use it for is transcription.
Really?
And then people realize, oh, and it can do video, and it can do this, and it can do that. And they're constantly finding other uses, but transcription is still one of the main ones that brings people in.
Sure.
Like I don't want 6 hours of waveform audio to scrub through to find where I said redo.
Yeah. I mean, in the old days, we would log your video. You would have a giant folder or like notebook where you're writing down the time code in and out, and then you're having to go in and sort of make those edits. So like, I just feel like we have like so hurdled over all of that stuff. And now we're in the place where we can take the pain out of the edit and make it fun and accessible, easy to use. And in the case of my book, it's like I'm probably a week away from finishing the edit on this project, just thanks to the tool.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think it's a testament to the power of the tool that you've only been using it a few months, and then in the time we talked, you're teaching me stuff about how you use it.
Yeah, well, it is easy to get into. Like, there's some stuff that there's one thing that I do have a question about. Can I bring that up here?
Hit us. We're trying to fix things and make it better. So
well, I don't know
fair
if
game.
it's something wrong or if it's a user error, but I've got the file I was telling you about, where I've got the entire book. But then there's this one chapter that I found this really interesting other audio. So it's basically my dad, a recording that I found of my dad on a reel-to-reel from the 1960s. He's a dentist, and he interviewed, with her permission, he interviewed a patient, and he basically not interviewed, but he was giving like a consultation. This is what happened to your kid, why your kid has 4 cavities, and what he can do to not get cavities, that kind of thing. So he was giving her advice and feedback, but there's a chapter in my book about better ways to give advice, because a lot of times people make excuses or they shut down, but storytelling is one of those really good ways to help people see the light. So I just love the way that he was doing it. Obviously in the book, I transcribed what he said, but I was like, this is an audio book. What if I used his actual audio? So I have his audio as like a separate file. I have my audio. And what I did is I kind of ingested that as a separate thing. But when I copied it and pasted it in, it didn't have the transcript. It just had basically the waveforms for that section. So is there a way that I could then retranscribe or something like that? Or how
There is. And if you have a device today, let's do that before you leave.
Okay, yeah.
If you don't, we can log you in on one, and we'll show you. You can take that piece of media and retranscribe it in your project.
Amazing.
So we'll make sure we do that.
Fantastic.
Corey, I appreciate you joining us. If you want to check out his work and his storytelling, yourstorywelltold.com.
Yourstorywelltold.com.
Yes, and you can check out his speaking and his workshops and connect with him there. We are going to transition to the studio, where Teddy is going to demo the Descript API and see what Claude is going to make into an outrageous video based on Teddy's prompt. Thanks, Corey, for joining us.
Thank you. This is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morning California sun, I wave my love goodbye California, I'm a California boy. All day long I'm dreaming out the misty morning California sun. I wave my love goodbye through the morning mist I cried.
Welcome, Descript Telethon, day 2. We are in the studio with Teddy. Usually we're on YouTube across the interweb, but now we're in the same place.
I know, it's so exciting to be here together.
Yes, so we are talking Descript API, which if you don't know what that is, that's why Teddy's here. And if you don't know the rhythm of these API office hours and demos, is Teddy is kind of infamous in Descript for creating incendiary debates around questions you didn't think you would get offended by. But when you see what Teddy's going to prompt Claude or some AI tool to create a video on, you will be fired up by the end of the session.
And hopefully you learn something too and be
Yes.
motivated to make your own videos with the Descript API.
Yes. So I always start with this question, but it's speaking to me maybe 3 months ago. I'm not a coder. I'm not a developer. I'm a marketer or a social media person. Why do I need an API for a video editing app?
So the selling point of the API and why you as somebody who's not a coder would want to use it is it lets you bring Descript to wherever you are. By connecting with our Descript MCP, you get to plug Descript into your favorite LLMs and connect it to all your other tools, whether that's just those folders of stock footage you have on your desktop, or you've secretly got a bunch of stuff in Dropbox or Google Drive or anywhere really, so that it makes Descript more powerful by connecting to everything else. And then it lets you automate the boring parts of video editing so that then you can tell through the API, you can tell Underlord to go do some things. And then when Underlord's done, you go back and you can do that last 10% of the stuff that you really love about video editing.
Very cool. So is it fair and accurate to say that the API is kind of like letting a different app use Descript for you so you don't have to switch to the tab and manually do the prompting or the ingesting of the media?
Exactly. You get to stay in your flow the whole time.
Yes, which I think most people are, I have Claude projects are my default thing I work in, or Codex or ChatGPT projects or OpenClaw or some AI agent that has all this context in these instruction files. But now that can inform the videos that you're making.
Exactly. So like before the API, you would do all this great work in OpenClaw, Codex, or Claude. And then you'd just be like, okay, womp womp. Now I have to go to Descript on the web page and do everything myself now. No more. Now you can just plug Descript right in and walk away and be sitting pretty while your video gets made for you.
Yes. Okay, I'm sold, because I think most of us have a bunch of footage or projects that we just can't get to. And if I could get a first pass edit and create those projects while I'm sleeping or once I drop them in a folder, that would be amazing. So how do we actually do that?
Yeah, so let's give a demo. I'll bring my screen up so that we can show what's going on. So I'm going to demo using Claude because that's my preferred API tool. And so one thing to note is that Descript is right now considered a custom MCP, but we're working to get in the Anthropic store. So I'm going to walk you through how to connect to the Descript MCP, and then from there, how you can use it. So in Claude, for example, and these steps are the same for any other LLM tool that you want to use that allows you to use custom MCPs, you're going to click Customize, and then you're going to click Connectors, and then you're going to hit this plus button, Add Custom Connector, and you're going to put the name Descript. And over here, I have our API URL, our remote MCP server URL, which is api.descript.com/v2/MCP. And you can find this on our Help Center documentation about how to get set up with the Descript API. And you don't need to worry about anything here in the advanced settings. And you can click Add.
No, share your screen.
Oh,
Let me get you set up.
my screen's not being shared. Uh-oh. Whoopsie doodle.
I was trying to check the feed and I can't even get it to load
Oh,
so I can see.
Because I'm going to need the entire screen, not just the Chrome tab.
Okay. So window. So any one of these look correct to you? This one does?
Claude would be okay, but ideally entire screen because it kicks me between both.
Claude and the web app.
California,
Get stuck at all, you guys can always use the puppet.
Is it cool if we go over the hour instead of the filler? Because 5 minutes is probably not enough for. I'm glad he came and told us.
Yeah. I guess that's Pearls of live streaming.
Okay, looks like we are back. All
Okay,
right,
we are back.
Teddy's screen is on the stream.
Okie doke. So I'll just start from the top again. So from your Claude app, you're going to click Customize, and then Connectors. And then from here, the plus button to add a custom connector. And I'm going to name this connector Descript. And I'm going to put our remote MCP server URL, which is api.descript.com/v2/MCP. And you can find this information in our Help Center documentation, and as well as all other kinds of tips and tricks on how to get started with the API. And then I'll click Add. And sometimes this happens where it says this connector has no tools available. Don't worry. All you got to do is click Refresh Tools List. And so the reason this happened to me is because I need to re-authenticate, meaning I need to tell Claude which Descript drive to use. So I'm going to click Connect, and it'll open up a web browser window for me to sign into Descript and then take me back to Claude. And now that that's loaded, you can see I've got all these tools available, from import media to Underlord to publish project and uploading files. And you can, just like any other connector, you can choose what permissions you want to give Descript or not. I just let everything be always allowed because I don't mind letting Underlord take the wheel. Okay, and now we're all ready to get started making a video. So
what are we going to do with Claude now that it can talk to your Descript account?
So now that Claude can talk to my Descript account, Claude can make videos in my Descript drive. It can also publish videos existing in my Descript drive, or ones that I create from Claude. And it can also get information about anything that I have in my Descript drive. So if I'm like, hey, I was working on this video that somebody shared with me. I don't remember the title, but I know it was shared to me by Aaron 2 weeks ago. I can just say, hey, Claude, what video did Aaron share with me for review 2 weeks ago? And Claude will tell me all that info.
Which was probably a video about a cheeseburger being a layer cake, if my calendar is correct.
Okay, and now for today's diabolical question. So I don't know if you were tuning in on the live stream yesterday where we got to see Jill's favorite sandwich, but that really got me thinking. So we'll ask Claude, make me a Descript video about bread and wine pairings for a peanut butter, pickle, and mayo sandwich. And then we're going to say, use stock media and AI generated images and speech and background music to make it nice. Oopsie. This model isn't available right now.
Oh, come on, Claude. You're killing us. You're going to make us.
I know.
I hope Sonnet's working.
Let's try Sonnet.
Smart to copy.
Okay, there we
and paste
go.
it.
I guess I didn't have enough Claude tokens for Opus.
Yeah. So basically what this is doing is saying if you were in Descript manually, you'd have to go create a new project, give it a name, write a script, look through the stock media for some videos about whatever monstrosity it's going to recommend goes with this sandwich, find some background music, put it into your project, align it. And instead we're going to say, Claude, tell Descript's Underlord to do all this for me.
Yes, exactly. And you can see here that Claude is already contacting Underlord. It knows what Descript is by our little Descript icon being there. And you can see what step of making the video Underlord is on. And I can even unfold this to see, okay, Right now, Claude is working with Underlord on writing the script, and these are the other steps that Claude is instructing Underlord to do to make the best video.
And do you agree that for a lot of people, it's probably going to be more effective to let Claude prompt Underlord on your behalf than to go in and say, I'm going to be a prompt engineer and craft this detailed step-by-step prompt myself?
Yes, I totally find that to be my experience, at least, because I don't know, maybe it's just something about AI, but it feels like Claude knows how to speak Underlord's language better than I do almost. So Claude knows how to write things for Underlord in a way that Underlord processes them better. And Claude also has access to the internet and can do its own searches on like, okay, these are all the different features Descript has. So sometimes Claude can tell Underlord to use features I might not be aware even exist, but that will make my video really cool.
Yeah. And being able to access the internet also makes me appreciate if something in your prompt required research, like which model is deciding which wine to pair it with. There's probably a search going on, and Claude's going to do that before it passes instructions to Underlord, right?
Yes, exactly. And then one of the nice things too is that this lets me make better use of my Descript AI credits. Because if Claude's doing like all the pre-work and the prep and the research beforehand, and that's using my Claude tokens, then it doesn't pass things off until Underlord until Claude has a good plan. And so that means Underlord is spending less time iterating, less time doing things, and then I have to go, oh, that wasn't very good, Underlord, do it again. And so what Underlord does then is the best use of my AI credits.
Yeah, there you go. And while this is generating, what are some creative uses besides contentious debates being sparked with the Descript API, like apps people have built or ways they've automated things that have made you say, wow, as someone who's helped build this tool, that's not a use case I would have thought of?
One thing somebody showed me literally this morning that I thought was so cool. So as part of this telethon, we're fixing all these tickets and we're just flying through them, and with the whole engineering team, it can be kind of hard to keep up of like, where are all the demos? How do I collate them into a nice place that I can spread them out? And one of our marketing teammates, Gabe, actually showed me that he's using the Descript API to just comb through Slack for everybody's demo videos and then make sure they're published and composed in the right way so that we can share them out later and show people what we've been building during the telethon.
So that's back to your point about why use an API. If you have an AI tool that can talk to Slack and Slack has all of your company's internal comms, your internal comms are now Descript videos.
Yes.
Without switching tabs, copy, pasting, manually typing things in.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is a really cool use case. I like the ones where people are finding ways to repurpose things, because this is a user feedback point I get a lot. I have bulk media, so I'm a video podcaster. And if I had the manpower or the hours in the day, I'd clip it more, I'd repurpose it, but it's just sitting in my drive. And I see the API as a way to give life to all the scraps that you kind of, didn't put out a year ago because you were busy and just wanted to ship the main thing. And you can do it in a programmatic way. Another fun one is building a library somewhere outside of Descript of all of your content.
Yeah.
So we do a lot of work in Notion, but it could be a Google Sheet or any connector that your Claude or GPT account has. You could build a catalog, not just of projects, but like, what are the topics? Who was the guest? What date was it filmed? What's the link to it? And then connect that anywhere. You can embed that on a website or share that with people.
Yeah. And like kind of similar in that vein, you can also, with, for example, with Claude Cowork, you could write skills to automate some of those things that you want to do. So let's say you find that that there's a particular format of reels or TikToks that work really well and get a lot of engagement for your marketing ads. Then you could create a Claude skill on how to refine those TikTok, or how to refine from your, let's say, 90-minute long podcast, how to tell Underlord to find the juiciest bits, how to pull from the internet what's trending and what are good things to put in there to make your script feel relevant and on point, rather than just like, that was last year's meme, Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a really good one. And if we could get a link in the chat to the Descript skills repo that we made public, basically, we've had users in Discord say, I do this workflow for my podcast, but I don't want to copy and paste it or have to recreate it every time. That's the use case for a skill. And now you can just say, hey, Claude, /podcast edit this project, go.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So as we wrap up here, I'm not sure if we're going to get a visual. We can definitely check the project.
Yeah.
But if not, maybe we could just get a peek or a preview at one. Oh, and it completes right as we say
It
that.
completes right as we say that. Okay.
Because I'm sure everybody on this Friday afternoon is wondering what wine to pair with their peanut butter, pickle, and mayo sandwich.
Oh, look, and Claude describes it with Michelin star reverence. I think Jill's going to like that.
I will say this about the Claude prompts that you've given it. I think it understands intent very well, and it can pick up. There's nothing in your prompt that said this is a joke or I'm trying to be funny, but it does have a good sense of humor and intent without you having to explicitly tell it.
Yeah. And so before we sign off, if you are wanting to make a PB pickle and mayo sandwich this weekend, it sounds like Claude recommends sourdough and with a Cabernet.
Yeah, I'll probably abstain, but I'll keep that in mind the next time I have a peanut butter pickle and mayo sandwich in front of me. Yes. Well, thank you guys for tuning in as Teddy is demoing the ever-growing Descript API and letting you create, edit, and even publish your videos from wherever your LLM of choice is working.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up, everybody? Welcome. Bahir, still telethoning. If you're just tuning in, we've been on 2 days, today's the second day, worth of telethon where we are resolving issues, creating features, and having a good old time here in person. Remote work, who is she? We love in person. So far, we have completed, as you can see here on our completed board, 43 total tickets, bugs, requests, anything that you might see. And as a reminder, each time we complete a ticket, we are making a donation to the Sierra Club. Currently, we have 8,600 to the Sierra Club, which is a wonderfully big number. Shout out to Sierra Club. You're getting 8,600. Probably more. We're going to do more. For those of you, again, who are just tuning in, we are going to have a couple of interviews and a couple of sub-segments that you'll see coming up shortly. I think we also have an interview with an in-person guest. So we have people here in office, just real Descript users that we'll be talking to about how they use Descript. And then a little bit later on, we'll also see an Underlord demo. But don't forget, if you are curious about how to use Descript or why to use Descript or when to use Descript, if you see in the chat wherever you are viewing this live stream, pinned in the chat is a link to book a call with one of our support team or sales team members to get your questions answered, workflows improved, or just hang out and talk about like whatever you're into. But if you need anything, you're not going to get me. I'm here. But I'll be over there later. So like book a call with me later, but I'm here now. But if you need anything, again, hit us up, let us know. help.descript.com is our help center if you need info. And don't forget, as you're logged in, you can start a live chat with one of our wonderful support representatives who are in the room literally next to me, helping people as we speak. Don't forget also, check out our Canny page if you have some feature requests you'd like to be seen. And then up next, we have Corey here on some customer workflows. I'll have you on. Here we go. How we doing?
I'm doing good.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Take it away. Pleasure, dude.
All right, you too.
Thanks.
All right. Hello, world. I'm Corey. Am I on line?
Just kidding. I'm back. You can't get rid of me. What's up? I'm doing the interview.
Okay.
All right. So tell me about what you do. How long you've been using Descript? If you could introduce yourself, tell us your
my
name,
is
what
Corey
you're into.
Rosen. Thank you. I'm Corey Rosen. My company is called Your Story Well Told. My website's yourstorywelltold.com. Pretty easy. I do storytelling. So I tell stories. I lead workshops, help other people tell their stories, teach people how to communicate using stories. And I use Descript to promote my company. So I make videos, web content, I've also, for the last hour, I've been working with Trevor actually directly because I had a problem that I didn't know how to use one particular feature in the tool that he showed me how to use. You want to learn what I learned?
Please. Yeah, no, I'd love to know.
It's kind of interesting. So I wrote a book recently. It's called A Story for Everything. It's basically a book about how we tell stories in real life, situations that we've been in and how stories kind of connect people. So I recorded my own audiobook of it, and I've been trying to edit my book in Descript. So I'm just using like audio only, so using the transcript. But what I found is I had this other audio source that was this found footage kind of thing, and I imported it as a different layer. And because it's on a different layer, there's no script. So I was basically editing the script part, like me talking in there. But then when I cut to the other audio, I was having to kind of like listen to it and do like timeline editing. But he showed me how to like basically like add to script or include in script. So just basically like dropping it down, it's like blah, all of a sudden, like all of the stuff that has been kind of frustrating me is like it's been there all along. So
yeah,
there's a little bit of magic. And
people forget that script track, that bottommost track, because we are such a solid text-based editor, people don't need to look at the timeline. So then when you have maybe one flub or import in in a non-optimal way, you have to open the timeline, right? And the idea with text-based editing, if I don't want to have to do that, how do we work around, or how do we get it back to the state where I feel most comfortable interacting with it?
Exactly.
And luckily, we have Trevor in person to help out as well.
So that was great, and it's also one of those things of like multiple sources. It's helpful to see that and see them all together. So there really is like the script of the thing that I'm doing, and as a storyteller, I think about it like that. Of like it's actually helpful for me to see it and to know like this is how I want to say it. So I'm thinking about the wording of it. And then you listen to it and say, like, does it sound the way that I want it to sound? So that's cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. Are you primarily audio only for Descript, or you do visual elements as well?
So I've also been using I for like workshops and things that I lead. I've been filming those workshops and then using the video, like the filmed content, to create social content, to create marketing content, so I can show to like a prospective client, this is how I do what I do, because it's hard to explain. And but also just watching somebody teach can be kind of boring. So what's been amazing also for me inside of the tool is just using all these different kind of like templates and different looks, so that you can take stuff that's just very straightforward of me talking, or me talking with subtitles, or just cutting away to just like text only, like animated text, or different things, so that when you're watching, it's like it's not a single shot. It feels like a cutaway, but or B-roll or something, but it's just that. And then I've also been playing with the B-roll, where then I can use some of like the AI stuff. So it's like I'm talking about like a student, and then all of a sudden there's like a woman walking through a library, and there's like stock or AI generated content. So like I can take the stuff that I might think of as like just like me yapping, and it's like now a whole world. It's like a movie that's been made.
Yeah, I was going to suggest generated in stock media, but if you already know both, you're good to go.
Yes, I'm loving that. So like I'm doing that and then mixing that sort of stuff in, because I don't want it to be too much of that, because I'm the product. Yeah. But again, it works for just changing it up, because if you're just watching the same thing for too long, it gets kind of boring.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got to get some visuals in there. Last question before we wrap up, out of curiosity, what feature, if you had your wildest dreams come true, what feature request or what feature would you like to see in Descript that maybe you don't have currently? Or
Great
maybe an
question.
improvement to an
Well,
existing one?
there is also, I'm admittedly relatively green. Like I'm still sort of figuring things out. And so like everything that I'm really playing with. So like I'm just learning about Underlord, for example, of like ways that I can also ask it to engage and help me with things. So like I want to do more of that. So I don't know that I'm taking advantage of that yet, but I'm loving the possibilities of it.
Well, if Trevor will release you, I'll give you a once over for Underlord as well.
Yeah, good.
Oh yeah, awesome. Well, I think that about does it for us over here.
Cool.
Next up, we have a ticket completed. All right.
It's all happening. Oh my gosh, I'm here.
Yeah. Hell yeah. One more. What's that? 49?
Wow.
On the board. And as you see, we're breaking these down day by day, bug by bug. Thank you again for checking it out. And I believe we are going to now go towards another interview. Surprise, surprise. We have more people with more words to say. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah, pleasure to be here.
California,
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Brandon. I write the For Human newsletter over there on Substack. It's about AI and creative work. Like and subscribe, blah, blah, blah. I'm here this time with Rachel Block-Mellon. She leads our AI engineering and research teams. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of the technical aspects of AI and what us creatives should know about them.
Thanks
now, of course, thank you for being. So let's start with just that. Like, what should creatives? We don't need to know everything about how AI works, and we don't care. We just want it to work. But what's helpful for us to know about how it works?
I think the challenge this time is that every AI tool works a little bit differently, and also the market and landscape is changing really, really rapidly. So what you learn works in one tool might not be true in 2 months. What you learn works in another tool might not be true about the other tools you've tried out. So it is definitely a rapidly evolving environment, and that can make things really challenging. I think experimentation is great. So the more you can experiment, and also using AI as a collaborator, I think is a really great way to sort of test the boundaries of what it's good at, what it's not good at. Right. So if you ask AI to plan how to tackle something, you're going to learn a lot about what it can and can't do.
Right.
Before trying to ask it to do something specific where it falls over because it just doesn't know how.
Right. And so including like asking it to plan what it's going to do, not just to help like give you a plan, but to say like, tell me how you would do this.
It can work both ways. So this is a technique that a lot of software engineers are using when they're using coding agents. And I think it works really well with creative tools as well, which is you ask for a plan for solving a specific problem. The AI will put together that plan, share it back with you, and then you can ask it, go do the plan. And it will tell you at that point, I can't because I don't have the capabilities, or it will go and do it. But it can be a really powerful way to also validate its work before it gets too deep. Because if you don't like the plan, if you don't like the edits it's going to make in your video, like you can give it more feedback and iterate with it and be like a true collaborator before you get to that final outcome.
Right. So you hear a lot that the agents are non-deterministic, which is one of those words that no one ever heard of until like a year ago, and now you hear it every day. What is that? I think we sort of know what it means, but if you could explain just briefly for anybody who doesn't, and then like, how do you take advantage of that? Because it seems like it can be a good thing, and it can be kind of an annoying thing, because sometimes you just want it to do the same thing every time from the same prompt.
Absolutely. So non-deterministic essentially means that if you try the same thing twice, you might get different results. So you might try the same prompt 2 different days on 2 different projects, and one of them it works perfectly and does exactly what you want, and the other time it just does the wrong thing and you cannot get it to do the right thing. And that can be really frustrating as a user, but it's also one of the things that makes AI technology really magical, because we're seeing over time, as models get better, what we call emergent behavior, which means that in well-designed AI tools, they're able to pull together different capabilities and orchestrate them to create experiences that an engineer didn't come up with, a product manager didn't come up with, but it's something that you actually want as a user. It's aligned with what you've asked for. So a couple strategies I'd recommend for when you're dealing with non-deterministic results. Let's say you have a prompt, you use it a lot. Maybe you have a saved template in Descript, and you use it and it does not give you the result you're expecting. And you've used it before, you know it works, but it's not working this time. There's a couple things you can do. One is that you can start a new conversation and try again. It could be that there's too much context in your previous conversation and the AI is getting overwhelmed trying to understand everything. Because the longer the conversation is, computationally, the more likely it is that something might go off rails. Another approach you can take is to actually ask your AI agent, why are you doing X, Y, Z? So instead of just saying like, don't do that, do it better, try again, which can be a really frustrating experience if you're asking it again and again, like, don't do what you just did, and it just keeps repeating the problem. Ask it, like, why did you do X, Y, and Z and not ABC? Or why did you do it in this way? And that will tell you a lot about how the agent is coming to its decision, which might tell you, like, okay, this tool is just not built for this capability. It's not going to be able to do what I want it to do. Or it might lead you to understand that it's making assumptions about information that's missing, and you can tell it something additional. Or it might lead you to an aha moment about some other approach that you could take, and you can nudge the agent towards that type of action as well.
Right. How much of it has to do, how important is like choosing the right model to getting like the right thing out of it?
It definitely depends on the tool. I'd say in Descript, auto model is going to get you probably the best bang for
Meaning
buck.
like just the default one.
Yeah. You leave the default, you're going to get a pretty good experience for what we think is like a pretty reasonable price, like price trade-off in terms of your credits. But if you want the best possible experience, there are some models that are more expensive. They're going to consume more of your AI credits, but you're going to get a higher quality outcome.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I speak for most creatives when I say, like, let's hope the default models just end up being okay, because I don't want to think about the stupid models.
Yeah, it's actually something that's been really cool to see in the transformations over time in the market, which is that, a year and a half ago, models had their sort of different quirks, but none of them were like excellent. Mm-hmm. We're now emerging into a moment where we have a few models out that are really, really good, and we're only going to see models continue to get better. And so over time, the hope is that the best models out there will still be very expensive, but the less expensive models will still be very good. Yeah. And that's going to make it a lot less cognitive load for people to think about, like, which model should I use? And that doesn't just go for the default model for using Underlord directly. It also goes for generative models. So if you're generating images, video, there's a ton of models out there. They have different quirks to them, different things they're good at, bad at. And knowing which one to select can be kind of tiresome. Yeah. And so that's something that we're also working on, trying to make less of a burden on users so that they don't have to think about, like, which model from which, provider out there am I going to use for generating B-roll. Mm-hmm. They can just ask for the type of B-roll they want, and Underlord will give them a pretty good edit. Yeah,
it is tiresome. Probably because they change every week. Yeah. Like, which one's the best changes like week to week. It's just like, it's too much. I want to go back. This is maybe too technical, but just as you were talking about, like, how when there's you spend too much time in a single chat, it can get all tangled up. Yeah. That's so surprising to me, because it's supposed to be the way LLMs work, I thought, was that they're able to just take in massive amounts of data and quickly process them and turn them into, something really coherent and figure out exactly what the right answer is. And yet we run into this problem in Descript and other tools, like just in using Claude or whatever, where in a single chat, it can get tied up in knots. Yeah. So just, I don't know, again, maybe it's kind of technical, but just why is that?
Yeah. So this has to do with something called a context window. Every model has a different amount of context that it can sort of store and consume when it's making decisions. And model context windows have been getting bigger over time, which is why if you were using an LLM a year and a half, 2 years ago, the quality of the conversation and the answers you would get degraded really quickly. If you're using them now, we're seeing much larger context windows. So the LLM is able to manage more of that context when it's making decisions of how to answer you. The reason that this can sometimes be a challenge in products is that how the model determines which information is relevant when you ask it something becomes more complex the bigger the solution space is, right? So if you're having a very long conversation, you might ask it to do something. This actually just happened to me today. I'm using a coding agent here at the telethon. I asked it to do something I didn't like what it did. I changed my mind. I said, actually, don't do it that way. And then, 4 or 5 or 6 prompts later, I asked it to summarize what it had done, and it was confused about whether the initial instruction or the follow-up to not do what it had already done was the correct one, right? And so the more information you have, especially conflicting information, can make it really hard for the model to sift through and determine like what is actual truth.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons that you get degradation.
Interesting. It's like a person.
Yeah.
It's like a little person.
Yeah.
So let's go back to Underlord. What's Underlord best at right now?
One of the things that Underlord is quite good at these days is making rough cuts. So if you have a bunch of content that you've filmed and you want to edit that down, or if you have a long form video already edited and you want to make shorter clips, that's something that I think Underlord is quite good at. I think for more precise editing, it's more mixed. So there are some things that it can do really well with a very specific, precise request, and then there are some things where it will struggle a little bit more. But it definitely is getting much better, like day over day, week over week. A couple things that we've been working on recently that are really exciting improvements. We have gotten feedback historically about Underlord doing a bad job with visual placement. So placing different elements on the canvas overlapping or non-visible, or just not looking very good, not very polished. And so that's one of the areas that we've been really working on improving how Underlord sees its work and then makes corrections over time so that it can get to a really good outcome. And we have a lot of really exciting work in that domain planned ahead as well.
So, and maybe you just covered this, but what's it worst at right now? What would be the thing you would tell like your friends and family to steer clear of with Underlord?
That's a very good question. I think Underlord still struggles a little bit with like non-narrative driven creation from the get-go. It's a lot better than it was when we first launched it last year. But that's something that can sometimes be a challenge if you're trying to start with B-roll or start with images and then add in your narration later. That can be something that is a little bit of a challenge. I think the other place that it's struggling right now is helping like the best generative model if you want to do something with generative media. So if you're bringing in video, let's say, we're working on improving like character consistency. So if you want to make a video and have generative B-roll or A-roll even over the course of the video, featuring like a set of characters, making that so that it's more seamless. And I think like final cuts as well is an area that we're improving. Or where maybe the quality is not as good yet. But I would say like we redesigned the agent towards the end of last year and all of the internals and how everything works. And that has given us a really promising foundation to be able to solve for a lot of these problems. And so that's something that the team is really hard at work on trying to improve for these next iterations.
And so generative media, you have choices in Descript. Like with many things, you can go in the AI tools menu and just do it from there, or you can ask Underlord to do it for you. Is it currently still better to do it from the AI tools menu where you can choose your model? I mean, again, if you know the difference between the models. So there's I might be slightly out of date on this, but I believe that if you try to use video or image generation directly in Underlord through chat, you can't change which model is used. So it will use whatever your default is. Okay.
Which means like if you're trying to experiment or explore different models for different, that have different strengths or different price points, that's going to be more challenging from the chat. So using the AI tool is going to be better, where you go in and you can configure exactly what you want. But our goal is for it to be just as good, if not better, to use Underlord. And so what we'll be improving over time is how you can use natural language to ask for those same settings that you can currently configure in the AI tool.
Yeah. What's the hardest thing to get right with Underlord?
Like for the team as you're developing it?
Yeah.
Hardest thing
what's been the biggest challenge?
Oh, such a good question. They're actually different questions. So the biggest challenge I would say is that everybody is building agents for the first time, right? Nobody really knows how to build the best possible agent. And so the sort of horizon is constantly moving, and we're constantly moving towards it with everybody else as we figure out like what is the right structure and architecture and the right tools and the right abstractions. So like very hard technical challenge there. And then your other question was what's the hardest to get right?
Yeah.
I think taste is probably the hardest thing to get right. So when we first started building Underlord, we wanted it to be an effective tool for novice creators, so people who are not familiar with video editing software and just want to be able to describe what they want, and maybe don't exactly know like what makes a video really compelling, and they want help coming up with that creative direction and stylistic choice. And then also to be really useful for power users. So for people who are already using Descript to make really high quality, sophisticated content, how can this be something that enables them to do that more quickly or with more polish, or to get that rough cut and then to that final edit with a lot less effort, so that they can focus on the parts of the creative process that they're most excited to work on. And I think navigating that difference has been a challenge to get it right for both of those groups. Because for the novice creator, like they don't really know what they want. So Underlord needs to be able to sort of like hold their hand and guide them to an outcome that's going to be good. But for a professional creator who's making a lot of content, they don't want Underlord making decisions for them. And so finding that balance where Underlord can make suggestions, but also is not just jumping in and editing things without your consent is pretty important.
Cool. So, okay, last question. When someone is struggling with Underlord, one of the things that I find is it's hard to know, like, okay, is this because I'm not I'm not giving it the right prompt, the right direction? Is it my fault or is it Underlord's fault? What's your advice? I mean, and you talked earlier about just asking Underlord, like, what's going wrong? Is that the best thing to do? What is typically going wrong?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I would say because this technology is so new, don't second guess yourself. Like, it could be that the agent is doing a bad job, and it could be your prompting. It could really go either way. I think there's a lot of guidance out there that focuses on like writing good prompts, and that's certainly a skill to develop. But there's also a lot of cases where like if you're working with Underlord or another LLM tool and it's not doing what you're asking it to do, it could just be that it doesn't know how. It doesn't have the ability, or it has the ability, but it does not know that what you are asking for is the thing that it knows how to do. Like there's a language difference in how you're describing it and what it knows it can do. And so one technique that I think can be quite useful is actually to ask it, like, why are you doing this instead of that? Or why are you not doing XYZ thing? And then I think the other thing, which is maybe a little bit more forward-looking that you can do, is when you're using Underlord, we do have the option to give like thumbs up, thumbs down, and some information on how you felt about how the agent responded to you. That data is so useful for us. I think it's really easy to believe it's going to go into a black box, like it goes into some training pipeline, and then we're going to train our model to do a better job. But we actually use that data to help make decisions about how to prioritize on the product roadmap as well. And so if you have a really bad experience and you give a thumbs down and explain what went wrong for you, that is really helpful input to us as a team to know, okay, actually we're getting a lot of feedback that people aren't happy with when they're changing aspect ratio and how the agent like moves media around to fit with the new aspect ratio. We're going to focus on that, make sure that experience is really clean. So that feedback is actually a gift to us. And
Totally anonymous, right?
Totally anonymous.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, right. Okay. Where are we going next, guys? Okay.
Oh, and one last thing. I did want to give you some Descript Telebucks for all of the interviewing that you're doing.
Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
So Descript Telebucks are how we're sort of like showing gratitude to each other, and you can use them to buy stuff like mugs, like this one. We have all sorts of cool swag. Not available to the general public yet. But we're working on, it's all about manufacturing and distribution. It's like it's very complicated. Anyway, Rachel, thank you so much. It's been fascinating. We're going to go to a quick break. and then something else is going to happen after that. I'm not sure what. Marcello's, he's ready though, I can tell. All right. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
I started vibe coding at Descript, and it completely changed not just how I work, but everything about my life. I took the concept of vibe coding and applied it to other aspects of my life. Why get stuck in the weeds of detail when I can get most of the way there just on vibes? Now I vibe through life. Breakfast. Now this breakfast is a vibe.
You got a little something on it, yeah.
And why just walk to work when you can vibe to work? But my favorite thing to vibe about is...
Hey, Stu!
Hey, Spew. I told you never to come around here.
That's not my name, Gene.
No, but it's the vibes you're giving off.
You know, Gene, I've had it with you. Harsh in my vibe.
Oh, have you had it with me, Hoshi?
That's it. Let's do this thing right now. Vibo, a vibo.
You can't touch these vibes.
Try to touch this.
It's me, I am the Bible, it's the thrill of the vibe. When the code is just right, you're right in lightning. Watch me fly, my eyes as I vibe.
Had enough?
Hardly. Hold my jet.
Too vibey for my bugs, too vibey for your shrugs. Why? Cause I'm a thug. Too vibey for my cud.
They don't teach you these kind of vibes in school.
Oh, you really want to vibe this?
I'll vibe you all day.
I'll vibe you into next week.
You wish you could vibe like that.
Let's vibe.
Vibey for your shrugs. Why? Cause I'm a code is just like you're right in line. And I'm too vibey for my
Vibes.
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 Vibes. Vibes. Vibes. Vibes.
Vibes.
Vibes. Vibes.
Vibes.
Vibes.
Vibes.
Vibes.
I think we're gonna go back
Vibes.
to
Vibes.
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 All right, Stu. You got vibes.
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 Hey guys, you better get back in here. Andrew says your code is shit and it's causing major problems with these Really?
Clean code.
What's up, YouTube? Welcome back to. Just kidding. What's up? We're back here at the Telethon. Descript business. No YouTube shenanigans here. We are still live streaming. We are still telethoning. We are still working on features, bugs, requests, anything here for you. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or like until the end of today, whenever we end today. For those of you that are just tuning in, we're fixing a bunch of things. We're improving a bunch of things. But if you have some features that you're looking for, like if you want to request anything, if you want to update anything, check out our Canny board. That's where you can submit feature requests, and that's where we're getting all of these wonderful ideas. Also, if you need any assistance with fixing or adjusting or updating your workflow, you can check out our help center at help.descript.com, or in the live chat where you are currently watching this live stream, there's a pinned comment where you can schedule a session with one of our sales team or support team members to help out with your workflow, your features, your requests, your needs. Again, we have been giving this an update update throughout the day, but on our completed board, these are all of the features or bugs that we have resolved or fixed. And each time that we fix one of those, we're making a donation to the Sierra Club. Currently, we're at 46 tickets solved and $9,200 to the Sierra Club. Really, really cool that we were doing this. I'm like actually super stoked on that. While we have some time, I'm going to answer a couple questions that I've seen from the chat. Pulling out my device here. One question coming in, can you talk about the clone effect without using green screen or split screen? Yeah, so with Descript, you have the ability to create content, like generated or recording directly in. But if you're looking to create a clone or like an AI avatar, you can absolutely do so in our tool under the like speaker label tab. There's an avatar assignment. And when you start a brand new project, there's an option for you to create with an AI speaker or an AI avatar. So you can make a clone of yourself there, and that clone can utilize green screen features or any other visual effects that you'd use on a human recording. AI and human recordings. Another question from the chat, does the API support creating a new project from a template project? Currently, the API import and creation flow creates a new project each time. So something to submit on that candy board that I was mentioning earlier is for any requests on creating content, duplicating content from a template. We do have, like Underlord has templates, so you can utilize an Underlord template in your workflow, but again, like a project template, soon to come. Someone else asks, I am a short form content creator. How can API be useful for me? I create and post on Instagram. So really, really great use case. I think some of my favorite use cases with Descript are like social clipping and taking a long form content and bringing it down to bite-sized pieces. Think like even this telethon or webinars that we host here. We'll take that hour and a half, or however many hours we've been live recording, and pull out social clips from that with the AI tools as well as Underlord. But the API allows you to make these edits or take these actions without having to go into the application. Here we have, again, this telethon recording. That's like, what, 10 hours, right? Instead of waiting for that to import and going into the tool and selecting each individual feature, I can utilize the API to import one or multiple clips in bulk, then run one or two actions that I know I'm going to do, like remove filler words, studio sound, or most importantly, create clips. Once that's done, I can go into Descript, make sure that Underlord did what I was asking for properly, and then begin to export to Instagram, TikTok, or whatever social you want to. We even have a button to export directly to YouTube from in your account. So you can authenticate your Google account and post directly to your YouTube channel. Really, really, really cool stuff. Last question I got here. I'm currently pasting Descript transcripts into Claude to write quiz questions. Will Claude be able to read from those with the MCP? Yeah, so we're making updates to our API all the time, and we're going to have the ability for people to utilize our API alongside Claude very soon. So please keep an eye out for that. But yeah, you should absolutely be able to utilize Claude and Descript in tandem. Since we are utilizing like Opus 4.7 and some other Claude models inside of Descript, it makes it that much easier to be able to bring things back and forth. And again, keep an eye out for when we're able to utilize that all through Claude. Really, really excited about that. That's all the questions I have here. For those of you just tuning in, we're doing this all day, or like however many more hours we're doing this. But don't forget, in that chat, on the top of that chat, pinned comment is where you can book a session to speak with someone like myself on our sales or support team. So please, if you have any questions, let us know. Up next, we have a cool demo. We were just talking a little bit about the API and Underlord, and we have Kelly coming up to give us a live demo for some new features kind of related to that. We're going there? We're going once, going twice? Cool. Anyway.
Morning California sun, I wave my love goodbye through the morning mist. I
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Kelly, and I'm a product manager here at Descript working on Underlord, the AI video co-editor that lives inside of Descript. For the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to walk you through how you can use Underlord to edit a video. This is the type of output that we're going to aim for. We are going to attempt to polish up a Ramey recording and turn it into a launch-ready video. Yes, using Underlord. There's 2 ways for you to be able to get started with Underlord. One of the ways I like to do it is right from home. We have this big prompt box, and I really like to use Underlord to sort of think through a plan for my video, and really like just help me articulate like what are the things I actually want to get done here, and use that to actually lay out a concrete editing plan. So you'll see that I just have uploaded Ramey's recording, and I'm like, hey, let's just plan a video. I want it to be part of our marketing homepage hero around making social media clips with Descript. I want it to be under 2 minutes. Pro tip for talking to Underlord. I feel like sometimes people are like, I don't know how to ask for the thing that I want, or I'm like not really sure if I'm asking things correctly. The best tip that I've given and gotten is you can just ask Underlord for help. So things I like to do is like be like, suggest changes, or like, hey, I want to do this thing. Can you like help me rephrase this prompt? And I'll kind of like workshop with Underlord here. So I don't feel the need to like get it perfect. It's smart enough to sort of like help me kind of find the right words to do what I want to do. And then I'm like, just use my brain kit, kind of like make it stylistic. And here's like a thought around like a type of visual edit that I want. Like I kind of want like nice big text to pop up at every big transition. And what Underlord does is it helps create a project plan for me. Kind of like takes this freeform prompt and it starts saying like, hey, like I'm going to analyze this video and kind of like recommend places that you might want to cut out. And then I'm going to like recommend a structure for the video. Another thing that it does is I talked a lot about like wanting to adhere to the Descript brand guidelines, right? This is something I want to put on our marketing page. What it does is it like picked out the layout pack that we kind of have designed around our Descript brand, and it picked out all the colors and is going to apply that to my script. And this is actually a really great place to like kind of workshop the plan, give Underlord feedback, like what's working, what's not working. And once I feel like I'm in a good place with it, I can improve the plan, and Underlord will do the first pass according to the instructions that I've given it. So that's kind of one way that you can start with Underlord, is really kind of at the beginning of your video editing process, where you have a loose idea, you like need someone, perhaps a co-editor, to help you shape that into something that feels real, and then hand that off for Underlord to actually start your edit. There is another way you can start using Underlord, and that's just directly inside of the editor. So here I'm just in a new project. I've just uploaded a video into my script, and you can find Underlord in the bottom right corner of your editor. So whenever you need it, just like pull it out from the sidebar. One way you can start is just like think about like the first edit that you're going to make. So it's like, you know, I'm seeing a bunch of like long pauses. There's obviously some like retakes that Ramey did, and we got to polish that up. So one is I can write a prompt for it. So through some movie magic, here's an example of something I'd ask. It'd be like, hey, like this is a new feature launch video, like shorten long word gaps, remove any retakes or awkward sentences. And you can see Underlord do that right here. The really cool thing about having Underlord side by side in the editor is whenever it kind of makes an edit through your script, it'll actually ignore that edit. And so when I like to go through and review, it's really easy to kind of like be like, okay, no, like I think I actually like this section instead. Like, let me restore that edit and actually like manually make that edit myself. So you can easily undo any Underlord's work, and then I can be like, no, I don't really like this. So in that way, you can kind of go back and forth between what Underlord suggested and what you actually think is correct. The other thing I like to do is actually just ask Underlord to do the work for me. So let's go back to this raw recording. And I'm going to ask Underlord for some suggestions to improve my video. And I really like doing this at the start, where I'm like, there's probably a bunch of things I'm going to get done. Like, can you please just like write that all down for me, articulate it. So here's an example of when I asked Underlord for suggestions earlier. It points out that I should probably remove retakes and filler words, add some captions, and some eye contact, because it's noticing that Randy is not looking at the screen and the camera correctly. And then I can just like review its suggestions, be like, hey, I like a couple of these. Like, let's do some, but not all of these suggestions. And Underlord would kind of go ahead and apply that as a first pass. So this is it. Like, not only has it done some of that removal kind of like in my first prompt, but it's gone the extra step of applying eye contact, of doing captions, and so on and so forth. So this is a really great place to kind of get started. Now to kind of take to the next level, I want to work on some visuals, right? Like we want to put this on a marketing page. So I'm going to also similarly prompt it to kind of like add chapter layouts, kind of going back to that original prompt, where Underlord can actually like see where your narrative starts to change and then add the right visuals for that in that moment. And then we can also look at maybe like adding more visuals. Like this is like a pretty visual feature. So I'm going to ask it to create some infographics and some stylization, again, using my brand colors. Something I really like to start doing with Underlord whenever I'm doing something more visual is sort of like set the stage for like the visual mood or style that I'm looking for. So in this case, I'll just be like, what are our brand colors? Just to get like me and Underlord acquainted with the kind of style that I'm going for. And then I'm going to ask it like, review the script that we have right here, identify spots that might benefit from infographics or charts. And then for every section, just propose an infographic. Don't necessarily like add it to my script, but like show it to me and then we can workshop it together. So you can sort of see it start working and have it propose 3 things for me. I really liked this third one, this third concept that it had. And then I'll tell it to add it in. A cool feature that I want to call out that kind of helps you work between the editor and Underlord is our context picker. So this is something where, let's say I really like this section in the script and I want Underlord to like focus in on the section and create a special graphic for it. I'll just select it and then I'll add it to Underlord. And you'll see it appends that direct section into my prompt. I can also use the keyboard shortcut @ and then it'll bring up this context picker. You can also find it down here. And I can reference specific scenes. I can reference specific project files that I have. And pull stuff in and makes it really easy to like focus and direct Underlord in the right place, especially for an edit like this where I'm trying to target B-roll to a specific place. So after that's done, we can see that Underlord added my lovely infographic that it generated into this section that it highlighted and appended earlier. So you can continue using Underlord for this. So like, for example, next, let's pretend that I like want to update all these captions because they're kind of like not the style of Descript. So you can see this is a pass at doing the captions. Another pro tip that I want to give folks is sometimes Underlord does not get things correctly, and no need to panic. This is actually what the revert button here is used for. Do this whenever you want to undo changes that Underlord has made to your project and just kind of like blank slate, wipe it to the step before. So hit this button, and what it does is it basically just undoes all of Underlord's actions and messages up through your previous message. And this is a really great way for you to like be able to like try something. If you don't fully like it, you can always take a step back and reset. And you can revert back into like a couple messages before. So if there's like a chain of things you don't like, you can always get back to where you need to be. All right, one of the last things I want to show you is the fact that you can really use Underlord to scale beyond the current video. So we've made a ton of edits to this. I'm like pretty happy. Like I want to get more out of this video. One of the things I'm going to do is ask for it to make it social media ready. Let's say I want to make a teaser video based off of what I've edited right now. So I'm going to ask Underlord to find the biggest soundbite and just like get it formatted for YouTube Shorts. Like I want it portrait, I want it like style, like I don't really want to think about it. So what Underlord's going to do is it's going to analyze the edits I've made so far, analyze what the video is, and pull out this quote and be like, this is the soundbite I found, and then it'll just create a short for me. So you'll see that linked right here, Movie Magic. This is a short that we could just post as a teaser. Now let's say that like, hey, like this short's going to do really well with our like English speaking audiences, but we actually want to distribute some content out to our French-speaking audiences. How do we do that? Well, ask Underlord. Underlord speaks French even if you don't. So I'll ask it to translate this into French. Again, using my same brain styles. And the really fun part is you can even ask it to translate stuff inside of the video. So in addition to making Ramey speak French, it can make sure all of the text that we've added, the captions that we've added, also reflect French. So you can see that right here. Again, movie magic. So this is the English version of our project, translated into French, and we now have French Ramey. You can see all of the text translated over. All right, so that was a walkthrough of how you can sort of get from 0 to pretty good on an edit just through Underlord, and how you can go from pretty good to different forms of your video, such as like a clip for social media, a translation. One of the last places I like to use Underlord is actually toward the end of my video edit. When I'm like, hey, I like most of the things that it's been doing. Like, is there anything else before I like fully like give it a stamp of approval? And once again, I'll just kind of go back and ask for suggestions and be like, is there anything else, Underlord, you would do to improve my video? And click that button. You'll kind of see that the type of suggestions it gives towards the end of your edit are very different from the types of suggestions it gave at the very start when we did this. So here now it's like recommending I add a couple more polish pieces around the text and the layouts and just cleaning things up a bit. And sometimes I'm just like, go for it. And it does it all. And we have a beautiful video. And that all happened in the last 15 minutes. So to recap, Underlord is really great, both if you're just kind of concepting and thinking through the beginning stages of your video. It's also really great when you're kind of thinking about what the rough cut looks like and you need someone to shape it with you. But you can also use it kind of at the end of your video as well when you're making really fine-grained edits or just figuring out what are the last couple of things I need for this video to really come together. All right.
All right, what's up, everybody? Thanks for tuning in, and thank you, Kelly, for that amazing demo. I met with yet another in real life, real human, not AI, not avatar, a real person that uses Descript. If you could introduce yourself, tell us a little about what you do and how you use Descript.
Hey, yes, guys. My name's Justin Malano. I'm an engineer at heart, but for the past 7 years, I've been building products for content creators. I first did that at Patreon. Then I branched off and I started my own startup, which actually included a little bit of video editing. And then for the past year and a half, I've been consulting with companies that make video or content creator products. That's my focus. We can go into more detail.
No, you're good. And it's cool to hear you were using us at Patreon. I'm like a huge Patreon fan / like I followed Jack Conte a hot minute ago, so I was like, okay,
yeah,
cool.
He's a good buddy, and and we are all big Descript fans.
That's really cool to hear. So yeah, like if you could give us a little bit of info of like how you use Descript. You were mentioning before we went live that you wanted to like introduce like a video interaction element to your content, and you were looking to like improve things without having to go to a pro tool like a Premiere or a Final Cut.
Totally, yeah. I have no process. We talked about that.
There you go, yeah.
I really, as much as I love building for content creators and video makers, I myself I came from a music background, and so I didn't really have a process for producing video content. So in 2022 and 2023, I was launching this product that was for content creators, and to get the first creators on the platform, it was just the typical cold outreach, go-to-market strategy. And the way to really get attention is to be native in the content creators format. So I was opening up the laptop, explaining how I thought my product would work for this creator, with all of the ums and ahs and long pauses and retakes and stuff. And Descript was the only editor, might still be the only editor out there that would give me a workflow that fit my lack of process. So I could, in any other editor, it would have taken me hours to kind of piece together a coherent pitch to this creator. But with Descript, I could just go with the transcript, as you know, and get it done. And that's when I fell in love with Descript.
I think like you mentioned that you're a musician, and like myself coming from musician and like being an audio engineer for a little bit, like I know the exact pain you're talking about of using other tools and being stuck in a timeline editor. And I think there's, the best tools for the job, right? Like I play drums. I'm not going to record my drums into Descript anytime soon, but I'm never going to look for filler words ever again in a Logic Pro or a DAW, right? Like looking for the peak of a waveform when someone says like, and the amount of times I say like in 30 minutes, you know, like that's like there, but it's, you know, it's just crazy to have the tools like that where I don't, you know, like you said, you don't have to have a specific workflow or flow. You're served these features that you're like, okay, I need to do that. That's is best for the content, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I've also found that the final edit, there's times where I have pieces of content that are more like highly crafted. Like there's things I'll make in Ableton as a musician.
Totally.
It hasn't been recent that I wanted to talk about one of those, or you know, produce other content other than me just playing the piece. But would I, if I needed to, I would do the music creation in Ableton, and then do the final polish in Descript, because the whole composition comes together at the end, and it's often, if you're speaking, it's the composition is transcript based.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like we have, you know, like we have stock music and music files in there, but exactly the same. Like if I have some larger music, I know I have some, you know, sound content that I want to get through. If it's not human speech, if it's not narrative driven, I can do that in another tool and use Descript either end to end or as part of my workflow, right? Yeah. I know a lot of people will even start in Descript, and whether they're making music and then going into Descript, or they're, you know, maybe editing a conversation like this and then doing their final mix and master in another tool, or doing final color correction in another tool. It can be served, and we have color correction too, just so you know. Check that out.
Like sheet, the screen's probably full.
Yeah, but you're good. But yeah, no, it's like I think it's really, really cool, and always good to talk to like other musicians who are like, you know, using Descript as part of their kit, because we talk to so many people that are like, I've never done media editing before, and I think it's really cool to enable people to create that when they never have before. But talking to people, again, selfishly as like someone that makes a bunch of like audio content, talking to people that use Descript and have already come from other tools, it's always interesting to see like how you use it when you choose to lean in, or, you know, prefer another tool. Yeah. I remember when I first started, people were asking me like, when is Descript going to be a plugin for, you know, like a DAW or an NLE? And I'm like, man, we have our space, right?
I mean, yeah, you're absolutely the right tool for a specific job, but I think as people get more familiar, I'll tell you about another use case.
Please,
in a second. As people get more familiar with the product, I think they start seeing more opportunities to use it.
100%.
There's an entry point, and then there's definitely a breadth, you know, it grows. The other use case that I used it for, maybe the second most frequently, was explaining a complicated thing to the other people I work with. And that often involved you know, me on camera speaking, and then of course all the transcript editing, but bringing in those other clips from either a demo or, you know, walking through a spreadsheet, you know, for internal business stuff.
Totally. Yeah.
Like being able to just align the demo with the explanation very easily, and then animate using Underlord. Not having to really pour over animation knobs, and just say, Underlord, I want this to appear on this screen. I want it to be a gradual introduction. I want my face to move over. Like, get it done. And it happens. And I did this actually for the one video I've created in the past couple of years, in just the past week. It's just a really powerful, delightful for all those other use cases.
Like, especially with with animations. I mean, like animations in Descript or in any tool, right? You're doing so much with like timeline based keyframing, and like if you can have Underlord, a bot that can do exactly what you're looking for, as long as you can, you know, articulate your request, you're gonna get that general output. And like, you know, we have options to maybe tweak if it's not perfect, but again, like getting you 80 to 90% of the way there versus trying to understand what a timeline is to start with is a whole other experience. So
yeah, super cool. I'm thinking more about what how I was dialoguing with Underlord, and I think I brought some of the vocabulary from those other tools. Like, I knew about keyframes, and I knew about transition times and tweening and things like that. So I expressed my animation in those terms. I'd be fascinated. I actually want to go back and try now. If I didn't use any of that terminology, would Underlord have figured it out? And I wouldn't be surprised if it does.
So this is one thing that I actually talk to a lot of people about, is that like I just mentioned, sometimes people are net new to media editing, and they might not know how to like articulate their request. Me and you have used timeline tools. We might know keyframing and these words that appear in, you know, across tools. But if you are not super versed in editing, like Underlord still has a pretty good comprehension of what people are attempting to say. And one thing that it sounds like so meta, but it works a bunch, is asking Underlord to improve your request that like so that Underlord can better understand it. It sounds crazy, but there's been times where I'm like, here's me just word vomiting into Underlord, and I'm like, okay, now reformat this in a way that I can save as a reusable template later on. So even if I don't know how to articulate this, I can put out what I'm trying to do and then ask Underlord to rephrase it in Descript specific glossary terms. Or it's again, it sounds crazy, but I've shown this to a few people, and it's a really, really great workflow to be like, okay, I don't know how to say this, but Underlord, here's a reference video. Like, describe this to me so I know the jargon that I can say. Hey, I had someone that didn't know what a lower thirds was, and like it's they're not a video editor, so that's fine that they don't. But when they're asking Underlord, like, hey, what is the technical term for the job title and the name on the bottom of the corner? Underlord's able to provide them like the context and say, oh, and also here's a layout pack that uses that, or here's how you would prompt that in the future. And it sounds crazy to ask the robot how to ask the robot, but it works.
My engineering brain has so many questions.
Yeah,
Talk about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but it does make me think. This makes me think a little bit about one use case that I couldn't solve myself, or one feature request maybe.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it exists in the product already. I just couldn't find it. And that is that sometimes I want my demo to be edited along with the transcript when I remove words. So it's a separate clip. Didn't come with the audio that I'm editing the transcript of. And sometimes I don't want that. And I like background music shouldn't get chopped up when I edit the transcript. But my demo, where my voice really has to be synced to the video of the demo, that I do want to be sliced up. So maybe you can enlighten me on the spot here. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a couple ways that you can adjust that, but I think like right away I would assume that like we could utilize the sequence editor to do that. For those of you that don't know, the sequence editor is a tool that utilizes multiple media tracks and aligns them. So if we took if me and you were on a Zoom call, right? We have one file for your video and audio, one file for my video and audio. We can use the sequence editor to align those to make sure that we're played back at the same time, so that there's not like a weird crosstalk or back and forth in the transcript. But if you also have like a product demonstration or any any additional media that should be played alongside your human speech, you could either use the sequence editor to map those two together, and then when you make edits to one, it's also affecting the other. I'll absolutely show you that as soon as we're done here. But but there's that, and then you can also you don't need to use the sequence editor for that. Like if you specifically, I'm thinking of a scenario I had recently where I did a screen recording showing how to use Descript, and if you use the Descript screen recorder, we create that sequence I was mentioning. So you automatically have two separate tracks, one for yourself and then one for your product demonstration.
Okay.
And when you cut, it's going to cut both your video and the screen recording. But the good part about having it done with Descript is that since we have the individual elements, you can reframe yourself anywhere on screen. So like with most screen recorders, you're kind of like tucked in the bottom left or the bottom right. But if you're recording with us, you can utilize Underlord then to say like, hey, position me on the right-hand side and zoom into this word that's on my screen recording demonstration. So there's definitely, but yeah, I think the cool thing with Descript is, and I've said this analogy a billion times, but like all roads lead to Rome. Some are the fast pass and some are the scenic route. So what you want to do can be done, and there's 2 or 3 different ways to do it. And it matters like what works best for you and your workflow, or what makes you feel most comfortable as the editor.
I see. Yeah. I think thinking back about my use cases, I was always coming in for the fast pass and haven't taken the scenic route through the product yet. But also, I have to say that I think you get a lot of the value of the scenic route through Underlord, not really actually having to drive those roads. It's a cool product.
Yeah,
I'm excited for what's coming up.
Underlord has a full same access to all the features that you have as well. But with like any LLM, it might take the scenic path. It might take a roundabout way, and it's even cool just to see like in terms of like how I edit with Descript. Sometimes I learn a thing or two about like how maybe I could edit this differently or a different approach just watching Underlord's actions like going through. But yeah,
cool.
If you were so maybe now that we know that there is like a way to snap our video and audio, if you were pie in the sky, if you were to have anything appear magically in Descript, if not to put you on the spot, but if you got anything, let me know. And it's we were saying this before we went on cam, but sometimes people ask feature requests that are existing features. Descript is a very, very big product. There's so much that you can do. So don't forget, 1, to ask Underlord if it's even possible, but 2, if you make a request, it might exist, it might not. Either way, that's what we're here for.
Totally. Yeah. It's the time on the scenic roads that I think I haven't spent. Feature request, which you might be working on. I watched a little bit of this live yesterday,
with all of the.
But just I haven't even read the issues. But
just real quick, also check. I think we have a ticker now that shows how many we've completed. So take a peek at that in whatever region of the screen it is. Cool. 48 tickets. Damn, that's crazy. And we've made a $9,600 donation to the Sierra Fund. That's really sick. Okay, cool.
Incredible. Congrats, guys. Well, shoot, I think off the top of my head, the thing that I think seems going back to my internal communication, my product demos, and like explanations of financial models, being able to search my media library for bits I can reuse, so I don't have to reshoot, and getting to the point where after enough use, I'm just like composing videos rather than shooting videos.
Yeah,
I think that's what good search in the media library would do.
We have, and like I agree with you entirely, because we just, for those of you that don't know, we just recently released media library as a feature.
Of course.
But dude, this is maybe within the past like month, so it's still super fresh. But one thing that I immediately thought was almost the same thing. If I'm using Descript as my storage container, right? If I'm using that as like my archive, I want to be able to utilize search across all of that media and then create something from there. Currently, Underlord only has visibility into the project that you're working on, but we're working on expanding that visibility so that you can load 50 gigs, 100 gigs, whatever, 5 years worth of media into Descript, and then ask Underlord to observe all of the content and make a compilation based on XYZ. And for quick Marcello tip, the biggest thing I always say is like, it's mentioned a little bit ago about like when you're prompting Underlord, we might know some of the jargon, right? And it gives additional context to Underlord. One thing, if you're going to bring in a bulk of media like that, please have a solid naming convention. Have something that you can reference, because if I have all of my I need to take my own advice sometimes, because like all of my music files, it's like finals, third mix done for real this time _.
Right.
But like
screen recording, date, timestamp.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But by importing media into Descript and then like making sure that has a clean naming convention, it makes it that much easier to prompt Underlord, right? So like, hey, Underlord, in my media library, there's a folder titled X, and inside of that, there are 10 files titled blah, right? Look through that, make me clips from there. Or, hey, look through all of my media library and anything that is labeled with my, like the _ my client name or whatever it may be, like just having some clean, and if you want to make your own naming, structure, anything, like don't take my advice, but like as long as you have some type of, organization structure, it makes it that much easier to get Underlord to pull those files or take those requests.
Yeah. I think the lesson I've learned about AI in general, as an engineer using agentic coding, is that the same things that make it easy for a human to work in a file system or code base also make it good for agents.
Who would have thunk, right?
All the practices just become more important.
Yeah, and I think like it's as well as like, I mean, I know I mentioned earlier, like Underlord has some pretty good context awareness, but like at the same time, it's exactly like you're saying, what works best with people. Every time I introduce people to Underlord, they're like, oh, it could just make me a good video. And I'm like, yes, but if you ask me, a random dude, to make you a good video, I'm going to make what I believe is a good video. Mm-hmm. But if you give me additional info and tell me what the duration of the video should be, the aspect ratio, the framing, it gives me the ability to create something better. And same with AI, right? I want to be able to provide as much info as I can to Underlord to make what's in my mind's eye,
I see. Yeah. Gosh, you guys, I mean, I think there's just so much potential for cool stuff in the Descript product now. I'm excited to keep paying attention. I'm also excited to watch this $10,000 donation line get crossed. I think it's probably coming up in the next.
I think we're very, very close. All right. Well, thank you again so much for meeting with me. It's been a pleasure.
This is fun. Thank you. So
we need more people in the office. Come back, dude.
Okay, anytime. I'd love to.
Hell yeah. All right, we're gonna kick it over to another interview, I believe. But take a peek at this upcoming content. Don't forget, click on that link in the chat to book a call so you can talk to people like me or others, kind of like this. Get your workflows improved, your life better. But with that, I'll pass it off. Peace and blessings. Catch you later.
Cool.
Sick.
Every year, millions of dogs are quietly neglected. Not because their humans don't love them, but because their humans said, just one more quick edit. The longer your edit takes, the longer these doggos don't get their scritches. And without scritches, your dog begins to look at you the way your cat does. Call the number below and give hours back to a dog in need. Your dog. Your dog needs Descript.
In the arms of an agent.
At Descript, our mission is building a safer, kinder tomorrow by reuniting families with their dogs, restoring peace to our homes, and preserving the fragile hope of children. We also do video editing. Descript, the Humane Society of Video Editing. Every year, billions of dogs try to make videos to post online, but their lack of thumbs and their complete inability to understand non-linear editing keeps their dreams just out of reach. At Descript, we believe every creator deserves a voice, even if that creator sniffs other dogs' butts.
In the paws of an agent.
Call the number below. Give your four-legged friend the gift of Descript, and we can support them to share their tales. Get it? Tales. Descript's mission, making sure a dog's voice in society isn't silenced, that their stories are celebrated, and their truth reaches a global population. Get it? Population?
Descript, serving the global thumbless community and its allies since 2017.
Every year, trillions of humans spend all day making videos and forget to do human things. They say one more quick edit, and suddenly it's dark outside and inside their soul. Call the number on screen. Give your sad and feeble human Descript and help return their time and dignity.
In the arms of a beagle.
Give your human the power of Descript so they can edit faster and have more time for things humans love, like unlimited breadsticks or dressage. At Descript, our mission is creating a more compassionate future by rescuing our humans' precious hours, restoring hobbies to their natural habitat, and safeguarding the fragile concept of me time. Descript, a humanitarian initiative to rescue editors' time, because a happy human is a dog's a dog's favorite type of human.
And we are back live with the Descript 2026 Telethon, Hackathon, Buildathon event. We are fixing your feature requests. We are building your feature requests. We're fixing your bugs. Today, we have processed 48 of your feature requests and bug fixes. Each one of those creates a $100 donation to the Sierra Club, which we are matching, which means we're at nearly $10,000 going to the Sierra Club today. As well as all of these fixes that we built for you. There is a scheduling link in the chat and description of this video so that you can schedule a call with a Descript employee, whether you want to sing their praises or yell at them or just like blow little kisses for all the little things we did for you today. Get that scheduled. Hop on in. You can also put new posts on our Canny board, the Telethon board. There's a link in the description there. And we also are sharing the fixes that we have built and are getting ready to release soon. Without much further ado, why don't we transition to an interview with our head of AI product, Alex, hosted by Brandon.
Here's a song you can't go wrong. If you take an easy line, catch a tune before it's gone. Anything will go for a song. Here's a song, keep right on till you find the right kind of star. Keep the sound rolling round.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Brandon. I write the For Human newsletter. It's about creative work and AI, written for creative workers, working creatives. And I'm here with Alex Mistritoff, our head of product, head of AI product. I just tried to give you a promotion.
Yeah, assistant to the head of product.
Yes. You'll have her job soon. So we're going to follow up. We just spoke with Rachel, who's like our head of AI engineering and research. And this is sort of an interesting follow on because we get into some of like what happens before things get to the engineering team, kind of some of the decision making that goes on. One of the things that Rachel mentioned was she was encouraging anybody watching who uses Descript and uses Underlord to really smash that thumbs up, thumbs down button after Underlord acts on their prompt. So I want to start by asking you, when we do that, when we smash the thumbs up, thumbs down, what happens? How are you guys using that data?
Yeah, that signal is really important for us. Like that data about thumbs up, thumbs down, when people revert, which is kind of essentially undoing a recent action from Underlord. That's really important for us because we get that signal about what is working, what is not working, where is Underlord going wrong. So whenever somebody does that, and they have opted into sharing data with us, obviously, we are able to basically record what the query was that the user tried to get Underlord to do, what Underlord did, what tools did it call, which part of its prompt did it call, what edits did it make, and then we have like a snapshot of a before and after, essentially, of what Underlord did, right? And we take those snapshots that are thumbs down or thumbs up, and we classify them around particular themes. Like, was this a clips creation action? Was this a script editing action? Was this like somebody wanting to put their logo somewhere, right? And how did Underlord do, right? And so we use that as a data pipeline to find out places where, or the kinds of actions where Underlord is great at or struggling with. And then we get to see patterns of those sort of things, and that prioritizes the kind of problems that our engineering team then goes and solves and up-levels Underlord's capability with.
Can you talk about like what's the full like evaluation workflow? So there's like one thing of like the data says it's doing this really poorly because there's more thumbs down than thumbs up, but there's more to it than that, right?
Yeah, there's more to it than that. We basically need like a scalable way of grading this, right? So we have that signal from the thumbs ups and the thumbs downs where the user's saying, hey, this was good, this was bad. But that's kind of all we know just from that, right? So we have instead is we have like what's called a judge, like an LLM judge, which goes and grades Underlord's edit.
And this is an AI judge.
This is an AI judge.
Yeah,
this is an AI judge. It would take so much resources to be able to judge this with people.
Right.
So we judge
thousands and thousands of.
Yeah. And so we want to do this quickly, right? We want to be able to score this quickly. So we do have like a rubric that we developed with humans for how the judge works. But then we have the judge actually use that rubric to score the edit. And we do that on every one of those thumbs ups and thumbs downs. And we do it on a few other pieces of data as well to kind of get a score of how often is Underlord doing what was asked? How often did it do it well? And then also how often did it not break things? Because sometimes, it might listen to the user and like removing filler words, but it just deleted your whole video.
Oh yeah.
That's not what we want, right? So we score Underlord with another AI judge on that. And then again, we use that information about where the score's lowest to prioritize what the engineering team works on.
Okay. And is there, so you get the AI judge, where does it come to a human to like make the decisions?
Right now there's a few places, right? First of all, we have those scores for the different queries and different categories of queries. And then we talk about when we plan about like what kind of work we're going to do, we talk about the trends around what kinds of edits are failing. And then what we try to do is kind of abstract that away a little bit and say, well, Underlord is pretty bad at like detecting when like a text layer is misaligned on the canvas. And it's also like not great at like centering a face in some cases, right? Are these kind of similar problems? Do they might have like a similar solution? And from there, PMs and engineers will talk about how we could solve that problem. So maybe Underlord needs like a tool for capturing what's on screen and then itself assessing, does that look aligned? Is there a person in frame? That sort of thing. And so that same sort of tooling of taking a screenshot, analyzing it, can solve both of those kinds of problems. So that happened, that's like a discussion, prioritization across like where things are going wrong and into planning.
Yeah, and then it feels like in looking at like how to improve something or in adding giving Underlord some new ability, it feels like there's a lot of like variables or a lot of things that go into that. There's like the engineering work, there's the models which are constantly changing, and then there's some of it's got to be just like getting the user to understand like a UI type thing where it's like making sure people aren't using it right.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, so there's absolutely lots of moving pieces, like up and down from what you see and what's happening a step below the surface, and then at the very lowest step of the surface, which is like the underlying model, the underlying brain that's powering everything. And the crazy thing is that all of these things are constantly changing, right? The models change every, let's say, quarter, if not more often, right? Which means that things that they couldn't do 6 months ago, they might be able to do now. So that actually might change the kind of tooling that we build around the models to guide them along, and also the kind of UI that we give to users to be able to also check the output. And so a lot of it is thinking about what kind of underlying capabilities we need to give this like low-level brain that is evolving independently of us, and think about what it may not be good at for a long time that we need to like supplement it with on the tooling and also in the UI for review.
And when you say evolving independently of us, meaning because it's with the big research labs?
Right.
Yeah.
So the big research labs will release new models frequently. And like if you go back and look at our scoring that we just talked about from 6 months ago, it's much lower. And part of that is because we built a lot of tooling, but part of it is also because the models have evolved. We can kind of backdate that by like grading our existing tooling with the old models, and we can see that difference, right? So we can explain that it's the overall Underlord quality is improving, both because of what we're building and because the models are getting better.
Yeah. How do we keep up with like the models, like in that constant change, and they're constantly like jumping over each other and deciding like what to make the default model? And we've got to drop down. That can, imagine you can sort of like, and we've gotten pretty good about, I know, putting in new models soon after they're released, but changing the default model has got to be a bigger decision, right?
It is a bigger decision. Obviously, adding another model is just a choice.
Yeah.
That you can opt somebody into it. And like you said, we are able to we have like the infrastructure to add a new model the same day that it is available to anybody. And sometimes like that hour, depends on some things. But yeah, changing the default model is a different decision because it's there's more at play about preferences changing, right? The model may be better overall, but may just be different. And so some people may have developed workflows that they're used to that maybe work differently than they used to. And like on the whole, it's better, but it's also different. Right. So for any model, the first thing that we do is we run those same evals that just grade it on our rubrics, right? And that always tells us if the model is better across these categories, if it's more expensive, if it's faster, if it has any other kind of quirks stylistically. And we do that for every model. But then if we get a model that feels like it's significantly better across at least one of those criteria, then we think about doing an experiment and rolling that model in as a default for a percentage of people. Yeah. And then we let the users basically tell us through the changes in thumbs up and thumbs downs, how often they're exporting their projects, how deep their usage is, how many messages they're sending. Yep. And then if that looks promising, then we roll it out more broadly. Right. But sometimes we'll find out we'll do an experiment with a model and it did well on our evals, or at least like relatively well, and it didn't significantly move the needle with users, so we don't roll it out more broadly.
So the default position is don't change it unless it's significantly better.
The default is kind of don't change it unless there's something that comes out that feels like it's broadly better or much better on one of the criteria that we care about. And then we test it, and if that proves out, we roll it out.
Does changing the model typically have like collateral effects through the different AI tools and stuff?
Not so much, because the model is really mostly powering other AI.
Just the chat, the agent
basically.
Work.
Yeah. But we also do similar types of things with like the models that we use as defaults for image generation.
Yeah, right.
So it's
generative media. Yeah. So one of the things that you learn when you start using these things a lot for and I think creative work, this is really important, is like the more context you give it, the better it is. Like this is like, we've all known this for a while, but it really seems to get more true all the time. And how are we thinking about making Underlord better at understanding context, so that someone who's using Descript and using Underlord a lot, it's starting to understand their voice, their perspective, their content, all that type of stuff.
Yeah, that's an area that we're spending a lot of time thinking about right now. Everybody has different preferences, right? And we may have a default set of what clips should look like, right? What kind of, how aggressively you want to remove filler words for everybody. I think it's generally right. And we can that also with like this talking about the thumbs downs and the thumbs ups. But some people might just want way less aggressive filler word removal. They like saying their you-knows to be left in there.
Right, and I feel like heavy AI users are gonna probably have an expectation that it should sort of know, or that they should be able to basically design their own workflow.
Yep. So we actually just rolled this out, or starting to roll this out this week, the idea of custom instructions for Underlord, for you, right? So you have a certain set of preferences that might be different than the default preferences that everybody has for how they edit. And so you can add that in your set of instructions that you give Underlord that stay to you. They're not shared with anybody in your drive, anybody anywhere else in Descript. But every time Underlord's editing, it's remembering those preferences, right? And
So just like a project in ChatGPT or Claude or similar?
Like that. Yeah, it's Claude or ChatGPT, I think, have concept of custom instructions. It's kind of similar to that, right? Like Claude MD files, those sort of things. And so you can both type those out by hand, that's fine, if you want to write out what your preferences are. But also, as you use Underlord and you start kind of like guiding it stylistically, like, oh, I want my cuts to be more frequent, or oh, I like this transition style. It notes that and says, oh, that feels like a style preference. I'm going to go ahead and save that to your instruction. The next time you ask me for a transition, every time that type of transition, you just say, maybe add a transition, and Underlord will say, this user likes or another kind of transition style.
Cool. What else is coming that you're excited about?
This is related to context, actually. And this the idea that we want Underlord to basically understand when it needs to use a particular set of steps and preferences and workflows to accomplish a goal, depending on what the context of the goal is. And so, like, concretely, let me give you an example, is like, I might like a certain kind of caption style or rather, not even just in general, there might be a caption style that works well with long form podcasts. And it's probably, right? Probably subtle. It's an accessibility thing more than anything. But there's a completely different kind of caption style for clips. You might want to be like one word at a time, very punchy. And so if you're creating clips, you might want to pull a skill for clip creation. That's actually very different than a skill for long form podcast creation. And this idea of like splitting that context across use cases to get it actually in each use case without confusing it for any other use case is like a thing that we're investing in. Wow.
It's amazing. And that's cool because I think it's a particularly vexing thing for like creators nowadays, because all these different platforms have sort of different visual languages, and you either have to spend your time trying to speak their language or just say to hell with it and here's the same, and miss out probably on some engagement across them.
So, like, you might have a different kind of clip style for TikTok, or something you might put on the LinkedIn, right? And like,
they're all complete. What do you think? What's Underlord best at right now? What would you tell your closest friend or family member is they should always use Underlord for?
And the initial cut of a raw recording is it's great at. So anything that is pretty tedious to do, you've got a 60-minute recording, probably 45 minutes of that are good. If you're great at this, right? That's a pretty good hit rate. Finding those best moments and cutting out the filler words, the long pauses, the retakes, your initial take that you didn't like and you said, oh, scrap it, let's do that again. It'll find those moments and ignore those from your script and give you your initial rough cut of whether it's your podcast or maybe it's like a course video that you have. You may do a ton of different takes at how you position your course. You actually might have like 10 or 15 minutes of content for a 1-minute promo, right? So it'll help you find that 1-minute promo out of your 15-minute recording. It's really good at that. It's also good at clip creation. So you might have a long form podcast and you want to create clips from that. And you might want to say, I want to create 5 clips for LinkedIn, TikTok, Instagram, and so on of engaging moments. That's, fairly time consuming, but Underlord can do that very quickly. And you can then review it as well.
What would you say it's worst at?
I would say we mentioned it a moment ago. Whenever you need an understanding of the visuals in the canvas, especially when there's a time element to that. And so what I mean of that is like, a logo in place and a lower third in their place. That's fine. But thinking about like between those things and how they span time, it's a weak point. And I mentioned that like one of the things that we really got much better at is the screenshotting at time, so that we like at a particular moment are much better at this now. But we still have a ways to go of understanding how that spans a course of a video. It's tough, that's a pretty tough
because of the limitations of the models.
Limitations of the models. There's kind of a lot that goes into it of understanding time and video in that sort of way. These models are really good at text. They're large language models.
Yeah.
They're great at parsing text. So you can bring it into text, it's pretty good, but when you think about it as video, it's not where the technology is.
Yeah, cool. Super interesting. Thanks, Alex. It was really cool. Excited. And we're going to take a quick break. And then we'll be back with a jumpsuit fashion show. You don't want to miss this.
Here's a song you can't go wrong. If you take an easy line, catch a tune before it's gone. Anything will go for a song. Here's a song, keep right on till you find the right kind of star. Keep the sound rolling round for a song. Well, here's a song you keep right on. If you take an easy line, keep it short and say it strong. Anything will go for a song.
Hello, we are back at the Descript Telethon 2026. We are up to, I believe, 48 issues, 49 tickets closed. We are at $9,800 to the Sierra Club. You can still use the scheduling link in the description. You can still post to our candy board. But without further ado, we're going to have the first annual ever Descript Jumpsuit Fashion Show. I hope you're excited. Let's bring up our contestants. First up, Sal! Woo! Wonderful. What inspired your outfit today?
Victorian era fashion.
Victorian era. Okay, wonderful. That's very, very good. Let's give it up for Sal. Get out of here. Go away. All right, next up we have Eamon. Woo-hoo! What inspired your outfit today, Eamon?
Western wear Orville Peck.
Western wear Orville Peck. Incredible. Eamon, get off my stage. Get off my stage. Next up, Teddy, come on up. Let's do a little spin. What inspired your outfit today?
Wonderful Dolly Parton.
Ah, that's great. Get off my stage. Puppet. Next. Woo! What inspired this outfit today? I love the tassels. Can we get the tassels one more time because they're dark? There we go. What inspired this?
Just all the good people here at work, giving it up for us every day.
Yeah. And your future career as a biker, presumably. Get off my stage. Come on up, Stephanie. Woo! Woo! What inspired your outfit today?
I went looking for Matthew, and
Well done. Okay, get off my stage. Woo! Mark in time. Bring everybody back. Let's come on. Did Sal leave? Sal left. Okay, if you're in the chat right now, vote for your favorite outfit. Blow, blow him. Get him. So fashionable. Okay, you guys here, we're gonna vote. Okay, raise your hand for Eamon. This is great for the camera because they can't see it. Okay, raise your hand for Stephanie. Great. Okay, raise your hand. For Puppet. Great. I think Puppet won! First ever Descript fashion. Fantastic. Great work, everybody. Designers, fashionistas. Wonderful. What do we got next? I lost track of time. So what's the next event? We're going to an interview or a demo, or are we walking around? We're doing a walk around. We're going to take a look around the office and see what people are doing. We're going to go a different direction than we normally go. Usually we've been going back this way. We're going to go the other way, and we're going to hear some people playing a piano, doing some fun stuff. Slightly out of breath from how exciting that fashion show was. Heart beating. Let's see what my Fitbit says. 123 right now. So sure, the jumpsuit is helping to heart rate. Cardio for me, but not for thee. Roll right over it. You're good. Hey, folks. Can I bother you? What are you guys working on? We'll start with you. What's your name?
I'm Eddie.
Eddie, what are you working on?
I'm working on improving the experience.
Okay.
It's like the old one, if you had selected too much, you couldn't even select that. So now I'm trying to make it so that, and then you cross a theme bound, and it just hints you to like just do correct mode.
Very cool. So this is for if you have longer strings of text you need to correct. Let's go over to them. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
Another microphone. I can give it to you.
Oh, perfect.
And better.
On trash.
Okay.
It's an intermediate trash where you put your projects and then you can restore them or permanently. If you don't want to fully delete, you have one option.
Would you say that some people's trash is other people's treasure?
I would say that.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for saying that.
you.
Appreciate it. What are you working on? Hello. Sorry, we're doing it.
I'm doing social media safe zones.
I remember this one.
We'll have like guardrails of where you can put stuff.
That's so cool. Thank you so much. Let's keep moving. It's a very good feature. We're rolling. You know, I think, back. I didn't run away. You ran away. We're not going to bother Ramey. We know what he's doing. Video stuff, probably. You want to say something about it?
I'm doing video stuff, probably.
Yeah. Great. Look at all those clips. What's up? You interviewed you. Have you been on mic before? What's your name? Matt. I know your name's Matt. What have you been working on?
Talking to people.
Oh, you're just talking to people? That's great. That's really nice. Sometimes we have employees here who don't do anything. Hey, Max, what's up? You want to tell us what you're working on?
Hey, everyone. So after exhausting a few easy tickets that led to actual code changes, I think I've got 3 where we discovered, well, this is a lot more complicated.
Yes.
And we need to either get PM feedback or most of this is actually done. We just need to pick it up again.
Yeah.
Or we have a much better product spec and now we need to decide where it's going to land.
Yes.
Or I could totally vibe code this, but at no point would any human ask, is this actually a good idea? So let's make sure let's do that.
Yes.
Because we don't want to bloat the product with features that no one or almost no one asked for. We really want this to be accessible to as many people as possible.
Yes.
And we want it to be thought through and cohesive and have a story we can tell. And it's not just a bunch of features that somebody bolted together without thinking.
Yes. So we are taking a moment to QA test all of these features we've been working on.
Oh, absolutely. We don't want to have any quality regressions with all of the changes that we've shipped. But in addition to the actual code changes, we've come up with a pile of things that need more investigation, more product owner and design work to really let them cook and make them as best as they can possibly be.
Very much. If you look at the public Notion board, I'll take this back and we'll keep walking. If you look at the public Notion board right now, there is a list of things we fixed. We have videos from our engineers showing exactly what they did to fix the problem. And some of these things will require some further testing and design passes before they get into the product. Let's go take a look into the music room. Do we have to turn speakers in here? Okay. Oh, hello. What a cool room this is. Who is dying to get an interview? Kristen. Yes, I came at a wonderful time. I see you customizing some things. Here's a microphone. You're welcome. This is Kristen, one of our designers.
Hi. I find that bedazzling is underutilized in the modern workplace.
Yes.
So I'm really grateful that we have this opportunity.
It's on our bedazzling clue. Like I said, some people here don't really have a job. They don't do anything. I'm kidding. Doing bedazzling. No, she's like an incredibly talented designer. Every part of the app that you see, Kristen has probably touched at some point. Our website, everything. Very talented. Just kidding.
It's our lunch break, guys.
Okay, yeah, it's your lunch break. I don't care. Let's keep moving. Can we go this way? Is that possible? Seems like the clearer path, and then maybe we'll back up. What's up? Hey, Vamshi, you want to talk about what you're working on?
Yes.
Hi, this is Vamshi.
Vamshi here. I am the marker king.
The marker king.
I looked at all the tickets around markers and trying to do something better.
Yes, trying to fix them. We have two concepts that have the same name, which is markers and chapters. They're the same feature. We're trying to make that simpler.
Yeah, basically. So hopefully it looks a little better. We're actually going to maybe get rid of markers. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see if higher powers.
The term markers, not the feature.
Marker,
yes.
Not the feature. And it's just going to be called chapters.
Yes.
But that is up to higher beings than just me.
Yeah, we do actually have to pray for some of these changes to come true. Thank you so much, Ramshi. Let's keep moving. Can we go? Oh, we're going back this way. Never mind. You guys are off the hook. Well, okay, wait. Can you shoot them from here? Who wants to talk about something they're working on? Liz. You got it?
Hey everyone, I'm Liz, one of the engineers here on the monetization team, and right now we're working on, when you go in the ledger system, you can see all your AI credits and media minutes usage. We're working on putting a download link to download the CSV of that. Do Excel and underscore AI credits are going.
So wonderful.
So I think it's going to be a good feature. I know it's a lot. So
I mean, all of these are small and impactful. So I think that's the name of the game today. Anybody else want to talk about something they're doing? All good. Don't worry about it. All right, let's back out. And you hear some wonderful piano playing. I believe, is that Nico playing that piano? Steven, that's Steven. I know the difference between Nico and Steven. I can tell. What's up? You just get a quick shot of him as we go by. You want to tell, what kind of songs are you playing today? What are you hitting us with?
I'm doing like sing-alongs.
Sing-alongs, sing-along style.
I was like karaoke songs and stuff that,
Yeah.
Work on piano, work for people if they go by.
Yeah. We have a lot of buskers in the office today. Their stuff out. Shall we keep head back this way? Sorry. Whew. I'm not sweating at all. I don't know if you guys know anything about jumpsuits, but extremely breathable material made out of really soft stuff that makes you feel good when you're wearing them. We're almost back to our telethon stage. Seeing everyone we just checked in with, some of the people we decided not to check in with, and they're all hard at work building things for you. I think we're getting ready for a feature demo, again with our product manager, Alex, head of the AI development team. And swing in. I'm just going to, nice, we'll stay on camera, keep the eye contact going. Professional production. We did it. We're back at the board. Do we have an updated count? Has anything come through since we took our little walk? Maybe not. We're still at 49. I spoke with several people in the very near future for you shortly after we get to our product demo with Alex. Yes, so we have again raised $9,800 for the Sierra Club. If you do need to speak to a Descript employee, there is a scheduling link in the comments, description, chat, wherever you are. Somebody will help you find it. And contribute, vote on our Canny board. It is still up, descript.canny.io/telethon. Stuff. And I've been asked to folks that are even remotely
appropriate for a live stream. I can steal one. What do you call this? It's a flock of these. Thank you, everybody. Whew. My comedy career is about to sail into the moon. If anybody would like to hire me to come to their birthday party and make it slightly more awkward, I am available. While we're at it, the support team does a weekly live stream, 11 a.m. PST, and I host a community office hours for everybody who's in our Reddit and Discord and Facebook groups, Wednesday at 1 p.m. Pacific. If you've been in our Discord community, you know it's generally join us. Yeah, let's talk about some stuff that we've worked on today. Here's one. This is smart transitions are project level setting. So some users like our smart transitions, fact that they are turned on globally for all their projects. So we built them so that you can setting so some projects can use transitions and other ones not so much. Pretty cool. Let's put it back. Let's go with this one's very easy bread and butter fix. This is recently used stock media. So this would have a section in our media tab for any stock media that you have selected in the recent past. Make it easier to find. It's kind of like a stock media favorites list, which is maybe a separate thing on this board. I think I've seen that as well. We'll see if that comes back later. Let's see, what do we got? This one's pretty easy, cool. Allow drive folders to be private. We didn't have a system for just making random folders in your drive. Some fell down on the floor. Oh, some of our things fell on the floor. I will pick them up later. Here we go. I'll put this back. Here's one that fell on the floor. Show markers on the timeline. This one I will need to look into more because I thought we already did that. Let's go. What do we got? Ability to reverse clips. Right now, if you want your clip to be backwards, can't do it. Now, when we implement this feature, you'll be able to reverse your clips, which is actually really useful for a lot of editing purposes. Sometimes you have a moment or a beat that needs to be extended, and it can be extended in a way with reversing, or sometimes you need to change the tone of a beat, and sometimes reversing the clip can help you with that. People do it in movies all the time. Keep an eye out for it. Another super basic one, the chapter markers list goes away when you click away from it. Pretty annoying. So now just stay there until it's nice. I like it. What else do we got? We are going to add a audio mute button to the toolbar right now. If you select a clip and you want to mute it, you got to go into the properties panel. Do it straight from the timeline. Okay. This one's also pretty straightforward. Same transitions basically exclusively. So we're just going to remember the last one you used most of the time. Pretty useful. Oh, I really like this one. Currently in rooms, you cannot post images into the chat. I'm a big troll in meetings, so I like to post images, GIFs, what have you. Somebody makes a reference. I want to show them something from The Simpsons about that thing. Here's one. Export just markers as a timestamp list. I believe this came from our community member, Christy. We are building and working on this one. It'll be pretty straightforward. Chapters with timestamps, so you can turn that into like YouTube descriptions, stuff like that, without necessarily generating the whole description, which you might not need. Oh, we've been asking for this one for a long time. Copying comments when duplicating a composition. pretty straightforward, right? We are now ready to transition to our product manager, Alex, for a live demo. Let's head over.
Hey, everybody. This is Alex. We just met maybe 15 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, but I wanted to show you a feature that we're working on and rolling out for Underlord called custom instructions. So I'm going to switch over to my screen share, and I'm going to show you just a project that we have. And first, I'll play you this video of Adrian. This is a video where Underlord's already done the first cut of a longer video that we have for Adrian. And we're going to play this now, and then I'll show you how to create clips from it in a way that Underlord learns your preferences.
Is your new marketing video looking kind of mid? With Descript, you can make a great video without spending a fortune, begging a friend, or crying in a parking lot. Just upload your footage, get an instant transcript, and edit your video by editing text.
So I'll pause it there. As you can see, like the original cut is isolating like the right moments for that Adrian is saying, but this isn't really made for social channel like LinkedIn or for YouTube or for TikTok or Instagram Reels, right? It's just not optimized for that. So I'm going to show you how Underlord can use its features and also learn from your preferences to understand how you like to make clips. I'm going to, before I do that, show you what custom instructions are. They're in your settings. And if you find the AI models tab, you'll now find this part that for me right now is blank, and it's called Underlord instructions. So these are things that Underlord will keep in mind when it's working, when it's editing. You can put anything you want in here and write it out the way you like as just what your instructions are to Underlord. You could also, by the way, write something even silly and say like, talk to me like a pirate, and it'll do it. But for this demo, I'll do something different. I'll actually show you how Underlord can populate this based on what you tell it to do in chat. So let's just start off with this video of Adrian, and I'll just start saying, create a clip for me for LinkedIn from this video. And so Underlord will now get to work, right? And it'll basically do its general clip creation workflow. It'll think about what is good around clips for LinkedIn, right? And it'll propose a plan to me for how to do that. It'll reformat it for portrait. It'll add captions, studio sound. In this case, this is already a fairly short video, so it's actually not going to make it any shorter, but it'll change it to portrait and do a few other things too. So for now, I'm just going to accept this plan. This is the vanilla clip creation workflow from Underlord, right? And we'll see what Underlord does without any additional instructions from me. So as you can see, it's kind of giving me a status of what it's doing. It's saying that it created another composition called LinkedIn clip, and it's already got the retakes ignored. Great. So all I'm really doing here is this reformatting into aspect ratio and applying studio sound. Oh, it's also going to add captions. Of course, you have to have captions for clips, obviously. And so it's ready. And let me play that back real quickly and just sort of show you what that looks like on its first attempt.
Is your new marketing video looking kind of mid? With Descript, you can make a great video without.
And so I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, well, great. This is, a clip, and it's applied some captions and it's reformatted it for mobile. But there's a few things here that I would do differently, right? And so I'm just going to tell Underlord what I would do differently. And I'll say something like, actually, I like my LinkedIn clips to have like big, bold captions. And I want to use colors for my brand kit, like 3 to 4 words at a time on screen. And I like my clips to be on like a 1:1 aspect ratio, like a square, not a 9:16. And I want to make sure that the video fills the whole screen. Oh, and like add some cross zoom transitions at every cut. Like add a scene boundary at every cut and then add a cross zoom transition. So those are my instructions. As you can see, they're unedited, but I'm just going to give this to Underlord now. And it's going to take this in mind and say, okay, these seem like preferences. This is not how I always create clips. This is maybe how you like to create clips for LinkedIn. So I'll go ahead and save those as preferences so that you can use those again later the next time you create clips. And I'll make those changes. So now it's going on and it's doing those things. See, it's got it to a square aspect ratio. It's changed that. It's going to find my brand kit, right? So it's going to find those colors. And did I say fonts? I maybe just said colors for my brand kit. And I'm going to make all of those changes. So we're just waiting for that additional like run from Underlord. And it's saying, oh, well, no, it's still got black bars. Let me fix that too. So let me check my work. Let me fix that. And then let me make those changes. And let's see how it does. Okay, it says it's filled the canvas. The captions are big. And does it look good to you? Let's play it and see.
Spending a fortune, begging a friend, or crying in a parking lot. Just upload your footage, get an instant.
Great. That looks really good to me, right? It's got that cross blur transition in there too. But you know what I'm going to say? You know, I really like the font style for my brand kit that's called Brett. Can you make the captions Brett for all my LinkedIn clips? And I think that is how it's spelled with 2 T's. So it's now thinking about that. Copying that font from my brand kit into the project. And oh yeah, and it's saving that as a preference for captions too, that I like Brett as my font rather than the font that it applied originally. So let's see how that does. And while it's doing that, why don't we actually just check in on what our preferences now are, what our custom instructions now say. Remember, this was blank earlier. I haven't added anything in here myself. I didn't write anything here myself, but Underlord said that it's learned my preferences from how I use it. So it knows that for LinkedIn, I like square aspect ratio. I like this cross zoom blur transition, and that this is the kind of caption style that I like. So maybe we're having like an internet issue here or something. So I'm going to pause this. But what I'll show you is this, right? We'll play this back and we've got that transition.
And edit your video by editing text. Throw in your logo, brand colors, B-roll, and music that doesn't suck. Need clip.
Right, so it's got it for this video. But the big unlock here is I've now told Underlord my preferences for clips. And then the next time I create a new video, it's going to remember those. So I'm going to go into this new project, right? And this is a different project, right? This is a different one than we had here with the purple background. This is a different video. I'm going to say for this one, yeah, I'm going to say, let's create a clip for LinkedIn from this video. And let's see what Underlord does here. And so again, it's, as always, planning what it's going to do. It's going to look up layouts. And this time, notice that the plan is different. This time, that plan is taking into account my preferences. It's got that 1:1 aspect ratio, big, bold captions in this font, this length, the transitions, and so on. I'm going to say, yeah, that looks great. So as you see, like the second time creating clips in a different project, on a different video, I don't have to reteach Underlord the way that I like my clips to be done. It already knows that. It's pulling in from my custom instructions that are saved to me. Those are saved to me, and for every other project that I work on, it's going to remember those things. They're not shared to anybody else on my drive, so everybody on my team can have different preferences and different instructions for Underlord, but they are saved to me and how my videos are then edited. So let's see what it's doing now. It's processing those track updates. Already it's pulled in items from my brand kit. It's updated its to-dos and updated its plan. And it's continuing to edit. Like, as you can see, it's already got the square aspect ratio. It's got the video in there. And it's continuing to edit with my preferences. Okay, let's play that while it's thinking.
You don't need a film crew or a drone named SkyGo 5000 to make a killer product demo video. You just need Descript. Record your screen, your face, or both all inside the app. Edit video by editing text. Yeah, it's basically sorcery. Toss in your brand colors and logo with a few clicks. Look at you, the Spielberg of SaaS. Send a link for feedback, no download, no drama. And if you want to go global, translate into 20+ languages. And
all right, so as you can see, there's like something going on with the font library, but let's skip the font and make the rest of the edits. So there it goes. It's going to query layouts. It's going to make that square aspect ratio video. And already this is looking like the kind of clip style that I like for all my clips for LinkedIn. I don't have to reteach it, the aspect ratio piece, filling the whole screen canvas, or the color of my captions using my brand kit colors. There we go. So I'll play that.
Voila. You made a polished, professional
Let's
demo
go back
video.
over here.
Is it informational? It's basically sorcery. Toss in your brand
There's that
colors
transition
and logo with a
again
few
with a
clicks.
zoom blur.
Look at you, the Spielberg of SaaS.
At every scene boundary.
Send a link for feedback, no download, no drama. And if you want to go global, translate.
And there it goes, right? So that's how Underlord uses its custom instructions to learn the way that you like to edit so that you can teach it once what you like, and then it'll work that way every subsequent time. Thanks.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Phoenix and Jill from the Descript support team.
Hi.
Thank you for joining. You're your local ornithophiles here. Jill, do you know what that means?
I can't say that word.
Ornithophile?
No, I'm
means
not going
we're
to try.
big fans of birds.
We do like birds.
We love birds. We talk about it all the time.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
supposed to be bossing him around in our Slack DMs, and instead we talk about what lives in our birdhouses at our respective homes. So I do want to know right now, Phoenix, what is living in your birdhouse?
I'm so glad you asked. I'm so excited to talk about it. I have a mated pair of eastern bluebirds.
No, you do not.
I do indeed.
Okay, tell me more.
Well, I've been trying for months to attract some native species out of trial and error.
Okay.
Built a few different iteration boxes.
How did you learn what birdhouse boxes to build?
Oh, thank you for asking.
Yes, of course.
I grew up with family that very much appreciated nature. So we had this growing up, we had this around us. But best way for anybody out there who's interested in getting some birds into your yard is look it up. They have tons of resources from the University of Cornell, Cornell University.
Yes.
They have a fantastic program.
Yes.
If you don't know, you can get the Merlin app on your mobile device. It's pretty much Pokemon Go, but for real life.
Okay,
You've got it
we
right
have
there.
we have
it
Brandon
right
here showing.
This is not a sponsor, but oh my
But
gosh.
I mean, maybe they should be.
It should
The
be.
Merlin app
The Merlin app.
is better than Pokemon Go,
Yep.
friends. This is how. Ooh,
What is the bird of the
What is
day?
the bird of the day? A Hudsonian Rimbrel?
Incredible. I've never seen one of those.
I've never seen this
It's a beautiful
bird either.
bird.
But it is magical. You can either capture a bird by sound or by photos or step-by-step identification as well.
Mhm.
We talk about a little too often, but it is the same people that taught you how to build your birdhouse.
It is.
I did interrupt. I would like to hear more about your Eastern
No,
bluebird.
absolutely. Yeah. So you can look up designs to attract specific species. Your bluebird needs a very specific size hole to enter.
Yes.
They have a lot of competition with the common house sparrow and your eastern starlings, both invasive species from Europe. We don't want that. So birds.
Yes.
I am very happy to announce that as of very recently, before coming here, my mated pair of bluebirds laid not one, not two, but 3
Oh my
eggs.
gosh, Phoenix, I'm so excited
I'm
for
a
you.
grand-
You're
I'm a grandpa. I'm a grandpa. I did it.
Congratulations.
I did it.
I'm really excited for you to go home and see what these little babies might be looking like. Because how long does it take for them to hatch?
It takes about 6 days. Hey!
Confetti. We do need like just a little bit
little
more.
woo.
Just a little bit more.
Yep.
How many days?
About 6 days on average.
Okay.
Yes, could be more. It depends on the weather, how warm it is. I'm very excited. I have a plan once I get back to start farming some mealworms so that I can give the babies a healthy food supply.
How do you farm mealworms?
That's a great question. I haven't tried it before.
Okay, good. Trial by error.
Yeah, I have my brother has lizards, so
okay.
Grow them and then the birds eat them.
Amazing.
Everyone's happy.
Amazing. Now, house sparrows living in my explained. And I also know not the right size birdhouse and all of this. It is where their cat tree is, many babies, and so I am not helping the population at all with these invasive species. But we have tried, and I say we, I haven't done this. My partner has done this. Has built 2 new birdhouses.
Exciting.
One for northern flickers. Those are fun. You have to build a ladder inside the birdhouse and fill it full of like nesting material.
They like
are birds that want to remove their nesting material instead of bring nesting material to the house.
Incredible.
But then the box is
quite tall.
It's very
a quite tall box.
So they have to have a ladder to like come out of their home when they're babies. It's really cute. It's a little depressed. I'm a little depressed. But then we do have one more that we just put up, and a chickadee has been checking
a classic
out.
Bird, chickadee.
Classic, and I hope it stays. I'm not sure yet. And then I did explain to you in our DMs the other day, the robin that is building outside of my Tina crab tree, which exists right outside of my office window at home.
It's a beautiful tree.
It's a beautiful tree. It flowers in the spring, and then it also creates like tiny, they're not even crab apples, they're like tiny little berries. But then the birds eat them, and it's joyful. I think the robin has abandoned it, though, which is a little sad. Well, anything else to say about the birds?
I have so many things to say about my birds. How much time do we have?
I think we could go forever.
Can I share a couple fun bluebird facts?
I need more bluebird
Okay, so I'm very excited that they're already laying eggs.
Yes.
Because they can have multiple broods in a nesting season.
Good, that's what happens to my house.
Yes, fun fact. The earliest brood will sometimes stick around as a young fledgling and raise the younger ones.
I did not know that.
And it's very exciting. It's a family effort.
Do you think they enjoy it?
I don't know if they have a choice. I think it's just kind of what you do.
Yeah, because like the big sibling raising the little sibling. Do we like that?
I think so.
Okay,
As the oldest sibling, I think it's like what you do. You
I'm a younger
pitch in.
sibling. This is why I just don't understand.
Yeah, you got off easy.
I don't know. Okay, what other bluebird facts do you have?
The juvenile male bluebird or an unmated male bluebird can sing up to 1,000 bird calls in an hour trying to attract a mate.
I heard this fact earlier,
Yes.
and we decided that sounds like the most obnoxious thing that could ever happen.
I don't know, they're pretty songbirds. It's a nice, pleasant tune.
But that's
it's a bit needy.
It's
a bit needy.
That's a lot of noise. That's a lot of noise. But it must work.
It seems to. They've been doing it for tens of thousands of years. So it's carrying on.
Birds are the dinosaurs of our age.
They are 100% dinosaurs.
Okay.
Well, this has been fun.
This has been so fun. I'm really looking forward to us continuing this conversation in our DMs.
I have hours more to go, but
fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you so much for listening to us talk about birds.
Hey team! Last assembly I discussed there'd be a planning session for 2026. As the lead in this planning session, I believe in complete transparency in the process, so we documented the entire process. I'm really glad everyone made it out. To have the biggest impact, it's important for everyone to be in the room together and doing what I say. Planning is about curiosity, asking what's possible, not what's comfortable. And I'm gonna make sure no one is comfortable. Let's get started, everyone. Can somebody give me a sound and then a non-geographic location? Now I want you all to write down a few acronyms. ARR, OKR, WKR, R. My process has brought tremendous success to my previous companies like Google, and I know it'll be big for Descript. I'm sorry, did I say Google? I meant gurgle. It's like Google, but wetter.
Still, I don't think this is working.
Oh, it is.
It was different. He made a point.
he literally made a point.
I know folks might be a little confused by the methods, but that's okay, because I'm confused all the time. WME, QME, QQQ. If you think something doesn't make sense, that's actually good. It means it's strategic.
Sure, this is how our ARR growth
Well,
is this really the most
I can't hear you.
Is this really the most effective?
Will's methods were at times confusing, but eventually he was done.
And that is how you draw a hand. I'm not saying my process is perfect. I'm saying it's beyond perfect, like outside the measurable range. We have to have complete confidence that we're using the right data and the right tools. Ask again later. Sorry, everyone. Looks like we're gonna have to wait. WIL, PAU, LUS. This isn't just planning, it's art, it's performance. And as a leader, I don't always need to be in the spotlight.
There's no planning like annual planning, where bright ideas will flow. All our goals and dreams will keep aligning. Every deck will sparkle as they grow. Every pivot will be framed as glory. And now my tap dance solo is a go.
You have to break everyone's thinking away from the norm. Sometimes that means going to some measures that are, I don't want to say extreme, but
there's no business like ARR business. Descript's business we know. Thanks for coming.
So yeah, 2026, big goals, big vision. We didn't actually have time to make the plan. The musical ran long, but we all did agree a plan would be good. Okay, anyone have any questions? Looking forward to 2026.
And welcome back to the Descript Telethon. We are in our final hour, folks. If you are still here with us, thank you. Wow, you made it. We made it. We all did it together. And this just in, I've got some very exciting news. I think this is bell ringing worthy. We have passed over 50 tickets. We're at 51, and that means we have hit our $10,000 goal for the day, folks. We have hit our $10,000 goal. I am very excited to be the person saying that, obviously, but as the final host of the segment here. So we've got one more hour to go. If you have anything, hit that. The scheduling link is still open if you want to chat with one of our Descript employees. And we've got some fun things coming up this hour. We'll kick it over to Brandon and Randy one last time for an interview very soon, but just wanted to say a big thank you for joining us here at the Descript Telethon 2026 first annual. And, this might be a recurring thing. We don't know. So stay tuned and to find out. So without further ado, let's cut over to our friends on the interview stage, and we'll see you back here in just a minute. All right.
Hey everybody, I'm Brandon Koppel. I write the For Human newsletter. It's our Substack, comes out weekly. It's about AI creativity. You should subscribe or don't, whatever. I'm here once again with Ramey Marte, our video creator.
Hey everyone, I hope you can still hear me through this bag on my head.
You know, Ramey, I'm starting to feel like you're not taking this particularly seriously.
I can understand how you'd come to that conclusion. I have an explanation for this bag, though. It's too weird here. Everyone is weird. Everything that we do is weird. And I think it's driven me to become clinically insane. I feel like at the end of the Cat in the Hat live action movie, when they walk back into the house and then it turns out to be the Cats universe where everything is wacky right now. And yeah, I blacked out and I woke up with this on my head. So, by the way, I'm wearing my glasses under this. Don't know why thing. So,
well, we were going to talk about video editing, but I feel like at this point I'm just going to surrender and ask you about your costume instead.
Sure, yeah.
How about tell us where you got the googly eyes?
I'm not sure. Again, I blacked out and they were just in my hands. So I could have stole them. I could have killed someone for them. I have no idea. No idea.
Well, let's hope not.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good for HR. Probably.
Right. That would be a PR nightmare.
Yeah,
for sure. So you can't see under there. Can you?
I guess we'll find out. Maybe check on me. But yeah, I can't see anything. That's why I'm holding this balloon. It's my comfort balloon, so it just kind of grounds me. Yeah, but no idea what's going on around me. There could be ninjas just busting into the office and ninja starring everything. I would have no idea.
Yeah, no, there's nothing going on. There was supposed to be a conversation about video editing, but instead you've got recycling in your head.
Yeah, recycling, creating clips. That's a form of recycling. Editing.
Let's not even try at this point. Let's just. We're in the last hour, right? So this is the last one? Yeah. Okay, good. So you think you're gonna wear that like the rest of the day?
You know what? It's worth trying. Isn't there like a Wes Anderson like short film where some guy blindfolded himself and could like see everything? Maybe that'll happen to me. So yeah.
Maybe. I also noticed you're wearing a sweater vest, which is a look I've never seen on you.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I tried to, up my fashion game. We're all wearing our little jumpsuits here, which is cool, but I wanted to stand out. And I saw this sweater vest. It was on some nerd outside. So I ripped it off him. Put it on.
Yeah, I think you were probably onto something when you said, you'd been driven insane. I think that's becoming increasingly clear.
Yeah, I think it's good that this is the last hour. If this kept on going, who knows what I would do. I'd just go super Looney Tunes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it may not take an hour. I think I think you may be closer than you think.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
It's got to be hard to edit video with that thing on your head.
I'm so far past that. I'm completely ineffective I'm too far gone. Let's see if, today's Friday. Let's see if things snap back by next week, but it's not looking great.
Yeah. It's not looking great from where I sit either.
Yeah.
Let's see. How much time we got, boys?
I'm assuming you're talking about our producers. I can't see.
Yeah, they're still here.
Oh, got it.
Their heads are unbagged and they're still working.
Yeah, cool.
So, well, I'll tell you what, it's been a journey. We've eaten oranges.
Yep.
Massive amounts of candy, some chips, various costumes. You got a little workout in.
Yeah, my legs are still sore, by the way. That's not.
It was
a joke.
intense.
Yeah.
Intense.
Yeah.
I hope some of our users were able to follow along, because it's really nice break in the day.
Yeah.
Get a little leg workout like that.
Right now, I'm looking down and I can see the light spilling into the bag, and it feels like seeing the light at the end of a tunnel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a very hopeful note to end on. So let's mercifully put a stop to this.
I missed it.
Someone just said they thought that Thomas Pynchon just wandered in.
Oh, I don't know.
How
that
cool would
reference.
that be? Yeah. Well,
So
unfortunately,
I'm assuming
we
it's
got
really
you.
funny though.
Okay. All right. That's it. We got nothing more. Ramey's gone gaga, and I'm coming close. So with that, we're going to send it back to the stage and our host Trevor, and we're going to start to wrap this thing up.
Yeah.
And take a look at some of the work our amazing EPD team has done the last 2 days.
Cool.
Morning California sun, I wave my love goodbye. Through the morning mist I cry, wave my California boy goodbye. Call me back again, Claude, keep me as a friend, love, you and I belong. Call me back again, love, always be a friend. California calls. A California boy standing in the morning mist, dreaming of the California sun. I left my love behind in the misty morning sun. Left my California boy behind. Call me back again, love, keep me as a friend, love, you and I belong. Call me back again, love, always be a friend, love, California calls. California California boy, all day long I'm dreaming of misty morning California sun. I'm going back, my life, going to the place I love. California boy, keep calling me on. Call me back again, love, keep me as a friend, love, you and I belong. Call me back again, love, always be a friend, love, California calls. Call me back again, love, keep me as a friend, love, you and I belong. Call me back again, love, always be a friend, love, California I'm a California boy,
And we're back here at the telethon for the last half hour, folks. We're here, and before we wrap up, we would like to just give a quick look at our completed board and talk with some of the employees here who've worked on these tickets. So, as you can see here, we've completed over 50 tickets, hitting our $10,000 goal. And the first one that we've got up today to talk about his ticket is Keith. So Keith, come on up to the stage, and I'll give you a microphone here. We can talk about which ticket you worked on and sort of what your process was.
Yeah, well, so what we built, my team, was multi-camera sync. So if you build a sequence and you have multiple tracks, it uses the audio in all of those tracks to synchronize them in time. So before this, you had to do it manually. Now it will do it automatically. To test this, we both had our laptops made a recording at the same time, but slightly offset, and it perfectly synced. In terms of how we did it, Mythalesh, who's one of our AI researchers, did a lot of the work, and I sort of glued it together. We heavily use Claude code. I think it's amazing. It works fantastically, so I'm really excited to ship it.
That's awesome. I mean, that's a huge win for multicam.
Yeah, for sure.
So cool.
All right.
Thanks for all your hard work. We'll bring up the next person to the stage. But
perfect.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, next up we have Ramon here to talk. Come on up. And it looks like you've got almost like a piece of software box or what do we got here?
It's actually a piece of hardware.
Hardware.
That's why I got excited, because I wanted to do something that's not just, software. So this is a foot pedal for transcriptions. So imagine you're doing transcriptions and you want to go fast, and you go faster, forward, slow, stop, backward, and so there was a big demand for that to support it. So now you can plug it into the website or your computer, turn it on the website, and you type faster and you use your foot to move forward and backward.
Talk about a keyboard shortcut.
Right.
It's like the king of keyboard shortcuts right there.
That's what it is, exactly.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And how was having this? What were some of the hurdles or successes, or was it a quick success?
Yeah, it's actually a quick success. So yesterday I directed the robots to be like, hey, we want to support that. You think we could do it? It's like, yeah, I think I know how to do it. Let me get something for you. I'm like, wait a minute, I need the device. So no, I can do it. So does it, and I go to Devin and I'm like, can we get this? He's like, yeah, we can get it for tomorrow. So the next morning I plug this in, I run the code that's done by the robot, and guess what? It worked.
There it is. Now, what is this actually used for in a normal setting? Can it be hooked up to anything that you want?
It's a USB device, so I think it's hooked up to whatever computer you work on.
Yeah.
And all the professional software that do transcription work support it. So I think what's really interesting is that that's been a big demand for people who are already in the profession.
Yeah.
So you come up, you say, yeah, we support your very specific hardware. They'll be like, okay, that's the idea.
That's awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Trevor.
All right. We got the next. Give it up again. One more round of applause. We got Steve up next here to talk about
trash.
Trash. We all love trash.
I love trash.
I saw rumblings of your message and 5 years in the making, and I don't know what that means, but 5 years in the making seems like a long time for trash.
We've been thinking about doing it for 5 years, but I'm the one who got up yesterday morning and I was like, today is the day. It's going to happen.
So talk to me. What is trash?
I don't know. I kind of want to lead you on a bit more.
Yeah.
No, when you delete a project, sometimes you realize that was a mistake. Even though we have a big scary dialogue that says, are you sure you want to delete this project? Do you think it'll be a mistake if you do?
Yeah.
So once we finish it up, it's going to take a couple of days to tie all the little ends off. When you delete something, it'll go to a trash can.
Oh my gosh.
You can undelete it.
Wow.
For 30 days. And then it's really gone. So don't make any mistakes.
That's great. And then you'll have a trash page where you could go there and maybe permanently delete stuff if you wanted to, if that's your style.
Exactly.
If you're just like, I really want to delete this thing, right now it's forever gone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you know, put it in the memory hole. This was a mistake to ever think about. Get rid of it.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you just leave it alone, it'll go away after a month.
Right.
But if you need to save yourself from yourself, then you can take yourself to the trash.
That's awesome. It seems like it's a win-win for both of our customers and us with being able to keep, you know, not too many files in production. So
Yeah, and lessen the load for our customer support team, who people will email to ask them to undelete projects for them.
There you go. And that's what this whole event is about, our customers. So thank you again, Steve.
Thank you.
A round of applause for Steve. Let's do it again for trash. Trash, everybody. All right. Next up, Katrina. Talk to us about your ticket that you've completed, or multiple tickets. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, a few different ones. I collaborated on the AutoSync multicam one.
AutoSync.
And then I did 3 others. There's one for nudging your tracks within your sequence to align them. And then there's a listing out all your placeholder layers so you can easily find them and replace them. And then adding a button to copy your chapters along with the timestamp so you can copy them over to YouTube.
That's great. Yeah, talk to me about each one. Which we'll go with since we heard a little bit about multicam, let's talk about nudging and what is different now.
Yeah, this is especially helpful when you record video that doesn't have audio. And the only way to sync them is you actually have to watch play the sequence and then like try to move the track so that they're aligned. And previously it was very hard to get right because you had to like drag your clip and try to align it, but it's like very imprecise and you just want to like move it 1 frame. So now you can hit one button, like the left and right arrow to just like nudge it along. You can hold shift to move it 5 frames, option to just move it by a second. Little modifiers like that.
That's great. Yeah, that seems like it kind of lines up with other editors and being able to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Remind me, what were the last 2 we haven't gotten to yet?
Listing out placeholder layers.
Yes.
Currently in production, we will warn you when there are placeholder layers in your composition before you publish, but we don't tell you where they are. Now it expands into a list and you can click on each one and it'll navigate to that placeholder layer. You can either replace it with actual media or delete it.
Amazing. So helpful for exporting things that are actual videos and not placeholders. So yeah. A big win. And then the last one was?
Just like a one-click way to get formatted chapters and timestamps that you can paste into your YouTube description, and YouTube will automatically create based on that.
That's awesome. Well, it seems like it was a highly productive 2 days, kind of across the board. So
yeah.
Let's give another round of applause for Katrina on all the closed tickets. And our dear friend, Fezzi. We might just cut to a Fezzi cam after this if he stays up here, so stay tuned. All right. Well, he'll follow his owner, Katrina. So, all right, up next, we've got Lawrence here to talk to us about his completed ticket. Lorenzo, sorry.
There you go. Hi.
All right. What did we get into? 1 ticket, 2 tickets, 3 tickets?
One ticket. Simple ticket, but could be useful, you know.
Yeah.
So you have today.
Yes.
And you can only say shorten if it's longer than a duration. Yeah. But sometimes you might want to have a range. So you say longer than 1 second, say, but shorter than 3. So I added that feature.
That's huge, because usually when I type to Underlord, I say 0.5 seconds or 1 second, and then it does 1 second across the board. But you're saying you can take now a range from 1 to 3 or whatever.
Yeah. So say, for example, you have intro music that's maybe 20 seconds long, and you're like, okay, only shorten gaps up to 18 so I don't mess up with my intro music, right? You don't want to shorten that.
That's
the point.
That's a really awesome use case, I feel like, especially when prompting Underlord, and now it's even easier to add these. So
yeah, for sure.
Cool. Well, out in the audience, give a round of applause to Lorenzo.
Thanks.
Thank you for your hard work. All right, we got a fresh, completed ticket. Let's put it up on the board. Let's ring the bell. This is going to put us at 52. Sales rec, PPTX, PowerPoint. I knew that. PowerPoint upload. 52 tickets. That's $10,400 today, over 2 days. Who do we got next? Jovo?
I've also got to move it to complete. I can tell you about
All right. Let's move it to complete. I think we're going to hit 53.
We are moving allow customizable color theme to complete. There are two themes, the Descript default brand theme and a more neutral gray theme that you can choose from if you miss the old grays.
This is huge. This is a huge one for our customers. They've been to customize their own app in the ways that is best for them. So do you want to talk a little bit about how you got here and maybe what some of the successes and pain points were?
Yeah, I mean, the most of the work was in the design system itself. Color is strangely complicated once you start trying to change it at scale. But once we figured out what the system should be, getting to pipe it into a new theme with the help of Cursor and Jeffrey, one of our engineers, was very easy.
Now, I saw a screenshot from Jeffrey of this was maybe in early stages of this where the app was pink and yellow. And are we going to let folks do that or
no? So we're going to start with two that folks have been working in more recently, and then one that's a little more neutral. We may expand it to other themes. There, I'm really interested in accessibility themes like high content, but the app has a lot of color coding, and we don't necessarily want folks to miss out on important information that's being communicated through color by going completely wild. But maybe someday we'll get there.
100%. I just had to ask the question because I saw it. So, all right, another round of applause for Jovo and the app customization theme. Woo! All right. We are closing it out here, folks. We are in our last half hour. I've got 2 microphones. Which one is picking up for them? We've got 15 more minutes. I think we could. It's about time to hand it over to Laura, who could take us home on this live stream. But thank you for joining us today, folks. And yeah, it's been a huge 2 days. We hit our goal. You've been here with us the whole way. We've had so much content, so many great talks, so many people, so many tickets closed. And yeah, we're just excited to have done this successfully once, and now who knows, next year we may do it again. All right, well, I'll stop there and I'll pass it off to Laura, who can take us home. Laura.
Thank you so much, Trev, for all of your help. It's really hard to put on 2 days of, just a wide variety of content, some very useful, some quite horrifying in its uselessness.
Very much so.
But it takes a lot of work. And so I really want to thank you. I want to thank the people behind the camera that you're not looking at, some of whom had to eat 3 pounds of candy on screen yesterday.
That's true.
We thank them for their service. Their doctors thank them. Don't thank them for their service. But I'm just really impressed. We went into this telethon wondering if in this world costs can go down, and how much can we really get done for our customer. And we really didn't know if it was going to work. We'd heard rumors, but we wanted to test that out and ask the question, why not today? Why can't we fix this problem that we've been hearing about for a number of today? And that was the challenge I gave everyone here a couple of days ago. And I'm so impressed by how many things we've been able to knock out in just a couple of days. Some of them may seem small, like letting you pick from a few additional different highlight colors, although that's very important if you're putting together a bunch of different stories from one big, long audio file. And some of them are things that I think will profoundly change of Descript, like our auto syncing of sequences. You know, so many hours are wasted getting into that sequence editor and making sure that those, what do you call them, waves all line up. And we fixed that today. So I just, the range of requests here that we've been able to knock off have been incredible. We are now at 54, which means $10,800 donated to the Sierra Club, and a lot of time and effort donated to our amazing customers whom we love. And if you're avid customers, I hope you'll keep asking us to make this app better for you. That's a promise that we want to keep in the coming years as we make Descript better and better. Thank you so much for tuning in today and yesterday to our telethon. And we'll let you know when we finally, quality check all of this and ship it. We'll do longest release notes in Descript history. So look forward to that some next week. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and we'll see you next year. Let's do a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone. That's the end of the telethon. And that's a wrap.